Good morning. I'm going to do a mic check this time. Can y'all hear me? Yay! Last two times my mic wanted to play games with me when I first started the stream. So good morning. Good morning, Hunter. Good morning, Jimmer. Good morning, Zaw and CP, JD, and Bobby in Discord. We don't have a lot of news today. It's pretty dry on the news day. The only thing we do kind of have is we have Bar speaking at 12, although I hopefully will be in and out of everything by then. Good morning, Monkey. When I was looking at the charts last night, what I was looking at is after that big kind of rally we had yesterday, seeing if the market would fade that, and it is fading it this morning. The first target, well, I wanted it to fail 790, which it did. And then my next target was 4470. So I know we have some new people. I'm going to kind of let y'all know how I kind of run the stream and how I trade. I don't always I'm definitely in, but I try to give a lot of guidance, and I will share trades that I'm doing occasionally too. But my main kind of strategy is I have the levels on my chart that I've worked. I spend like an hour plus on these levels every night. And the pink levels are the stronger ones. The purple ones are kind of more minor levels. And so what I'll do is it's kind of like I call it kind of my systematic approach to discretionary trading. But I'll have an order sitting here to buy this pink line or sell this pink line up here. And then I'll take targets at VWAP or the purple lines. So it's pretty simple. And my idea for this morning, I wanted to see if we're going to go actually deeper than the 4470. I see a possibility definitely that this retracement could take us into the 4750s and still have us holding pretty strong. I was still muted on Discord, sorry y'all. I got too many mute buttons to work with. I'm figuring it out. At least I got through my thought. But I'll kind of run through it again. I posted this in Discord too, so this isn't news to y'all, but I was kind of looking for this retracement off of that high we got yesterday. So we just tipped over 4,800. We really kind of hugged 4,800 in the close yesterday. And I was looking for a fade of that this morning. Once we get into the 50s, if we get down there, that'll kind of be my line in the sand to decide if we're, what the mood's going to be today, if we're going to remain bullish, or if that was just kind of a little squeeze yesterday and we're going to keep doing the downtrend. Of course, without the big news catalyst, we have much better news catalysts later in the week. So the CPI on Thursday is kind of the biggest one. I think everyone in the group's kind of watching between 60 and 50, kind of that whole, there's a lot there. There's a lot of little levels there, so. Find a lot of my levels with volume profile, so I'll kind of be mentioning that a little bit too. Right now we're below where the overnight session was trading mostly, so we'll see if open continues to drag us down lower and find a bounce down around 60 into the 50s, or if the 4770 is going to kind of be it this morning. JD's let us know that 62 was yesterday's point of control also. There's a lot right there. So that should kind of be our line in the sand. I had 58, so that might be a little bit below where some of the other people are looking here, but we can kind of call it that 60 level. That seems to be a pretty good agreement there. Hopefully we get to test down there. If we can't even get down there and we bounce 70, then they're on a mission for over 4,800 for sure. JD, I had, if we're able to get the single prints, I had to see, I think that this 50 level down here was one that I'd marked around some single prints. It might be from a while ago. I think I kind of averaged. That might go down to even 48. I'm trying to use the trading view TPO chart just to make my life a little bit easier. I only have one screen that I'm using with Ninja. I'm struggling with it still a little bit. We've got 1 minute till open, so we'll see if we react to the 70 level at open. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Aaron. I do use the TTM squeeze, but I don't have it up on my chart right now. Since I'm going to watch a lower time frame, I'm watching the 2 minute for the open. And we're always going to have a squeeze at open. So I'm not really going to watch the squeeze on the lower time frames when we first open. I like to use the squeeze, especially on the higher time frames. And right now we don't really have, since we made that big move yesterday, we're going to kind of have some price discovery today and see if we get into a new squeeze. I mean, the TTM squeeze is an indicator. I don't know if it's a strategy. Oh man, we took a nice little dip down to 70 there. And we are open. And what the TTM squeeze does is show you where the market is compressing and hopefully give you some guidance on which direction it could fire and make a larger move off of. So I think, I don't call it a strategy because I would use it in a strategy as a part of a strategy, but not the sole strategy. So like I'm on the video that I made about the TTM squeeze, one of the favorite things that I like to do with it is take it off of the 21 EMA. The slow open does not surprise me at all, since we just don't have any big data points for the market to get excited about until really Thursday, but we've got some stuff tomorrow too. So on Wednesday, we have crude oil inventories and the 10-year bond auction, which I know a lot of futures traders don't get excited about, but we'll still get a reaction off of those. So even if you're not trading bonds or crude, that's still a time that we can get something moving. And then, of course, the big stuff is Thursday and Friday with CPI and PPI. So likely what the bigger dogs will be doing this week is taking the time to place their bets. If you're trying to place a bigger bet, it's different than us coming in with a few contracts. They don't want to show what they're doing, so they're going to do it a few contracts at a time. And it takes some time to do that. I haven't traded bonds, but I do watch them. So I especially watch the 10-year, but the 30-year and the 2-year are the other good ones to watch, because the market in general will move inverse to them. Because if you need to put some money somewhere, I know most of us don't have this problem, but if you need to put a whole bunch of money somewhere and have it work for you, just without thinking too hard about it, do you want to put it in SPY or do you want to put it in the US 10? So some people have to make a decision there. Which do you have more confidence in? That's why they move inverse to each other. So, if I had an order sitting right there at my 70 level, that would have worked for a quick little scalp here, but I'm not into the opening drive so much, especially on a slow news day. But if any of y'all followed my normal plan and bought that, getting a few points out of it. Interesting. So this is the story of ES over here. NASDAQ is doing a thing. So we'll see if ES is going to follow or not. NASDAQ's the only one. The Russell and the Dow are not feeling it yet. See what tech's doing. Tech's pretty mixed right now, so it's a lot of tech trying to pump. We got Amazon and Google trying to pump, but and we got the indexes here. You can see NASDAQ in pink is really feeling this, so it's gonna what's dragging us off of the 70 level right here. Naveed, I think that the reason that we have a hard time with this question is because you're using hedge differently than I do. So if you're looking to, you're going to have to just really explain to me, I think, what you're doing. When I'm looking at the Russell, I'm looking to see, a lot of times we'll rotate out of the Russell and into NASDAQ and vice versa. So it's another thing I'll watch. But right now, like the Russell's the Russell's doing okay right now. I mean, it's lagging a little bit, but it doesn't really look like we're rotating out of the Russell and into NASDAQ right now. It looks like NASDAQ's having a moment. That yellow right there is the point of control for this session. So really like the overnight session so far. And we're hitting that right now. This is looking like slow morning so far, but we've had a lot of slow mornings that don't stay slow, so hopefully we can get something. This line chart is where I'm watching all of the indexes, and right now we have the dollar and the VIX, which trade inverse to the indexes, trading inverse to the indexes. So if we have a gap here, that means that the market's kind of playing nice right now. When it just first opens, it's kind of playing catch up a little bit, but I'm watching to see how this develops. If we bounce off of the 70 level, hopefully all of the indexes bounce together and we see a pullback with these two, the VIX and the dollar here. But okay, Naveed, I'll talk to yours a little bit too. So if I'm going to hedge, I'm going to think if I'm buying a crap load of SPY calls because I think the market's going to go up, that's a swing position. I'm going to hedge that with, something in case the market goes down, like some SPY puts or something. So that's really what a hedge is. But if you're looking to have an order placed on both sides of the market, yes, you can absolutely do that with futures, with the buy stop and sell stop orders and things like that. So I think you need to get on to paper trading and just put some of the orders in there, Okay, there's a few ways that you can trade long and short at the same time. And so if you're going to let's start with using one account. Right now I'm looking to see if we're going to head up and hit this 47.78 level. We might have a small reaction there. Right now this is looking more bullish, like maybe we're not going to go down and tag the 60.58 area. But so one way that you can play long and short in the market at the same time is to use two different products. So you could use ES for the S&P 500 and NQ for the NASDAQ. You could go long in one and short in the other. This little dotted line that we're hanging on and kind of bouncing off of is the cash session VWAP. So that's bullish if we can't hang below that. So the other thing you can do is use micros and minis. So if you wanted to have a long and a short and ES at the same time, you could do 1 ES long and 10 MES short, and you can do that in the same account. If you want to have a buy order and a sell order in the same account, you can if you have where you're not going to sell until we get down here and you're not going to buy until we get up here, you can have those orders in at the same time, but you can't have, well, that would be, I think I said that wrong. So if we're going to sell down here and buy when we get up here for a continuation, you can have those in the same account at the same time. I think, and most brokers, my broker lets me. What you can't do is have a buy level here and a sell level here in the same account. That's where you'd have to use two accounts. So that's one of the strategies people use, is having multiple accounts if they want to do something like that. But really, I mean, I don't think you need to worry about that so much. If you just do I do level to level trading. I make really good money every day doing this. So I'll put a buy when we're low. I want to buy low, sell high, right? So when we're low, I'm going to buy. When we're high, I'm going to sell. So, but you can have buy and sell orders at the same time in certain circumstances. But you just can't have buy ES down here, sell ES up here in the same account at the same time. At least my broker won't let me. So our fib guy had a fib on SPY right here that we bounced. Man, futures are being slow right now. Naveed, I hope I answered it that time. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of telling you the same thing every time. But at a point, like how I learned to trade futures is literally just going in a paper account and messing around with it. You can figure out real quick what works and what doesn't. Actually in paper, not in like an Apex account or anything, because you can blow those so easily. But like literally for a couple months while I was trading options still, I was just messing around in paper on futures, figuring out how it worked. I'm still looking to see if we can get some weakness here because we're not really anywhere for me to buy or sell at the moment. So this is again, the little dotted line is the cash session VWAP. The fact that we haven't moved off of it just is showing how slow the market is this morning. I'll show you all my ninja chart too. You can see we had the delta surge at open, but we don't really have price matching it right now. So I'm kind of watching this too to see if we're going to get something here. If we have where the cumulative delta and the price have a really big divergence, then I'm going to look for a play there. I'm going to see what the context is, if the other indexes are agreeing or disagreeing, what the other thing, what everyone else's, the other indexes and things, or if they're in agreement with the cumulative delta panel or the price panel. And then I have the footprint over here too, but we're not getting a ton of action right there. So what I kind of look for here is where we've got, I have these yellow lines coded for where we've got like most of the volume traded in that candle. And right now those are kind of all over the place, not giving me much of anything to deal with just yet. This is one of the things where I start to kind of watch. See, this candle, we had a green delta candle and a red price candle, and now we're getting a red price candle and a red delta candle. So this is the kind of thing I'm watching it open when I'm watching this ninja chart. Aaron, does what give me an edge? My edge is, I guess, in my opinion, my edge is keeping it really simple and just having this plan that I basically look for the same thing every day. Every night, well, I guess afternoon after the market closes, I redo my levels. I look at a lot of different things. Everyone's, how do you do your levels? I can't really teach y'all how to do these levels because I find them a bunch of different ways. It's kind of art more than science, but I'm using support and resistance, and I'm using volume profile and kind of all the things that I know how to use. So it evolves with me too. And because I spend so much time working on these levels, I really trust them. And when I code the stronger ones to pink, and just having that system, not having Tesla, having a system is always the edge. I mean, I made a lot of money off Tesla. When I was building my options account, I used to call it my Tesla Hundy. I could like reliably pull $100 out of Tesla options every day. And that was a TTM squeeze play. I would just wait for it. It might come in the morning, it might come at lunchtime, but every single day I would get this little squeeze play on Tesla. And that's back when it was, $700, $800. So it was a lot easier to get $100 out of it. So I'm not going to hate on Tesla. Tesla's made me a lot of money. I don't know why everyone wants to have something to hate on all the time. It's a lot easier to make money if you don't have grudges, in my opinion. Grudges are a bias, right? All right, coming back to retest 770. We have the dollar trying to come up. See if it is able to. We have all of the indexes dumping right now, so I'm not really looking to buy the 70 right now. I'm looking to see if we're going to finally get through it. This is what I've been waiting on all morning, to see if we're going to break this 70 level. You could try to bounce it for a few points. I think it's just getting more risky since... Let's look at it this way. I was looking at 58. We've got someone looking at 61. We've got someone else looking at 60. There's a lot of eyes below 70 this morning. We already got a bounce off of 70 this morning too, so. There we go. Now, in order to try to short this down to 60, I want to see us actually get through it and hopefully kind of retest a little bit. Oh, we got through it hard. That's a good sign. See if we can sell this up here. The sell trend seems to be holding so far. I'm watching the US 10 a little bit too. It's been over 4%. It's trying to dip under. I like to watch VIX too. It's just VIX is just like so uninteresting to me down here. I think that's pretty good, JD. JD's watching. So we're breaking the overnight low right here at 70. I definitely like the retest lower, so hopefully we get that. The retest lower, and then you know, if we can, this is what I would love to see, is this retest lower and then rebuild a base ahead of CPI, because that would give me a hint that they are indeed trying to launch off this 21 EMA. Right now we're back down approaching it. So if you look at the daily for ES, and I put this out both in Discord and my newsletter, if y'all have either of those. The 21 EMA right now, and this is one of the things I've been watching on my levels too, is down at about 47.52. And we've been able to dip through the 21 and bounce it on a more macro scale. I'm watching this 21 EMA on the daily pretty hard, because we bounce off of this a lot when we're staying bullish, and I've made a lot of good plays off of it. Our initial balance could end up being pretty wide. Well, no, because we haven't. Let's see, where are we? Well, if we get down to into the 50s, that would build a really nice base. I don't know if it's going to want to play that nicely with us, though. We'll see. Usually when I see something that perfect, the market's like, nah, no, we're not going to do it like that. Still watching the 70 level. Dollar's not really helping us pick a direction at all today. It's just still consolidating. Okay, this is where I'm looking to get something going here. We got to stay under 70. When I'm looking at in the morning, if we're going to continue or bounce a level like this, it's really just how much is beneath it. I know we've already made a pretty decent move down, and what we're going for here is a relatively smaller move. It's just because there's so much, it's likely, it's more likely. It's coming back up to that cash VWAP. We'll see if it fails this. That'll be another, if we fail the dotted line, which is the cash session VWAP, meaning it just started at 9:30, that's bearish. That supports the idea to go down to the 60 area. NASDAQ is looking fairly weak. It's got some lows to break. So ES has broken its lows. We're watching NASDAQ. The lows are just under 660. Still slow. All right, we're back up at the cash VWAP. Just trying to bounce the 70 level. I hate taking plays between the VWAPs though, so we're still kind of waiting. Or I'm still kind of waiting. Y'all don't have to wait. I think Zaw's already in long. Market keeps doing this to me and not giving me what I want in the morning, making me wait. That's that discipline though. It pays. Hey Naveed, you should pop over to our Discord. The link is down there. Our guy Zaw was just long ES and short NQ. So you can see an example of that happening. Well, I like to take things from a pink line to a white or a purple, and we haven't really gotten much because that was 2.5 points. So nothing for me still. I know the guys in Discord are trading up these little scalps. But we'll see. I want to see if NASDAQ's going to break the low. That's really what I'm watching here. I think if NASDAQ breaks the low, we're going to go. We just need NASDAQ to help here. Yeah, we could have, I'm looking at tech. Here, I'll look at tech on the screen with y'all. Someone was asking about, oh, it was the artist formerly known as Star. I don't know if he's around. He changed his screen name on me. I don't know what it is now. These blue levels are the ones that I have coded. This is a Fibonacci-based level system, and I like to put it on my tech stocks. So you see Apple's trying to bounce one right now. We got Amazon kind of ranging in one. I mean, tech's not doing anything too exciting, to be honest. All right, see if we can get moving below 70. If NASDAQ can help us. I'll get out of the way. I got NASDAQ on the bottom here. You can see that low is at 16,657.75. That's the low I'm watching. Well, I'm glad you're with me, JD. Yeah, we definitely have trend. The trend is definitely down at the moment. I agree with you there. Until we start breaking through resistance, we are trending down. We have the 10-year trying to trend down and the dollar just consolidating. So I think that's part of the slowness is we just don't have the catalyst that we need. So here's NASDAQ bouncing off of its lows here, not helping us out. Thanks, Soul Business. Yeah, I got it. It goes in spurts with the subscribers. It'll be really slow where I'll get like 2 a day, and then all of a sudden I'll get 100 a day. So, but we're getting there. I'm really close to being able to turn on some of the fun stuff for the chat, like the emojis and stuff. The data on the back end of YouTube is like really delayed. It doesn't change at all over the weekends, so I have to wait for like stuff to catch up. The YouTube algo did like me over the weekend a lot. I know that. Got a bunch of weird comments too. Every once in a while I go look through. YouTube has an auto mod feature that I have turned on, so it just like automatically holds weird comments for review, and it's pretty good. But I went and looked through them the other day. So we got some characters through, put it that way. Especially on the TTM squeeze video. I think y'all can kind of imagine what I get on the TTM squeeze. I have some videos that spike it. Yeah. So the reason I redid my TTM squeeze video is that was my best video from when I wasn't taking YouTube seriously, but I hated it. Like I was talking super fast and not explaining things very well. And so when I was kind of relaunching my channel, that's where I started. I just started on the video that that I wanted to redo the most. But it's kind of random. Like I have videos that I spend months on, like the TTM squeeze video I spent months on, the prop firm video I spent months on, and then something I record on the fly will beat all those videos, and it's annoying, but you know, does what it does. Yeah, the step one video, I just recorded that. I went home, I had to go pick my kids up from school and do all the driving around like crazy. Got home, recorded that with the dogs barking in the background, and that was the big video over the weekend. But the other one, the one that I was trying to get out this week, or last week or this week, that I still haven't recorded yet, is, we'll see if it can compete, the one that I've been working on for months. So I have the TTM Squeeze Pro, and I don't regret it. Here's what I did. I initially was trading with the free, and so I thought I needed the Pro. Like my Pro was to get, or not my Pro. My goal was to get the Pro, but I wanted to pay for the Pro with the free, which I did. So I guess in that way, like it was kind of goal accomplished. I don't really regret buying it, and I got to have the classes and things. Yeah, Bobby, we're pretty disappointed that our shorts aren't working out. To be honest, I wanted that. I wanted the shorts. But I mean, I've wasted a lot of money in trading. I think with the TTM squeeze, like I've wasted money worse than I've wasted on the Pro squeeze. And I don't, to be honest, I don't use it like in all of my trades because I just find level to level trading cleaner. But what I do use it for is finding the trends and things, because sometimes you don't really see the trends. And I can load it up on this chart. Let's see, how do I have this? I try to show y'all on stream just like the most important stuff. So I have a squeeze here. Like it always shows the squeeze on the 2 minute at open, always, every time, because there always is one. We've been sitting here pre-market and then, you know, make a move, but I guess this is the orange squeeze firing. I can't predict these morning squeezes off of the lower time frames. This is just like, it's not a reliable trade for me where waiting for the levels are at open is. But what I can use the squeeze for is finding I really like it for swing trading. For swing trading, it's great. And I think that's kind of what he designed it for also with swing trading. When I was talking about my Tesla Hyundai, that was a squeeze play. And it's the one I have in the video where you watch for the price to hit the 21 EMA and then move to the 2 or 3 ATR, or the reverse. If you're at the 2 or 3 ATR and want to reverse it back to the median at the 21. That was my Tesla Hyundai play. I don't know how many contracts you have to take to make $100 on it these days, because when I was doing that with Tesla, it was like $700 to $1,000 before the split. Are we gonna get our short now? See if we get a short off the 78 level. I still want the short. And Q's the being the dickhead this morning. If NASDAQ could break its lows, we'd be going. But right now, it's rejecting VWAP, so it's annoying. I don't have VWAP on my little chart down there. Y'all can't see it anyway. Come on, NASDAQ, reject your VWAP. Help us out. I'm gonna load NASDAQ for y'all. That's the full session VWAP, and we got the cash session VWAP down here. I don't like taking trades between these. If there's room, I'll run a trade from one to the other, but it's usually not very much room. So really, I'd like to see NASDAQ get through there, which right now is at 88-ish. 688. Yeah, we gotta break through 700 on NASDAQ. That's a good spot, Bobs. Bobs. I was trying to call you Boobs and Bobby at the same time. Bobs. I could call you worse things, that's for sure. All right, we're getting the short, huh? Go, go, go. Come on. Oh yeah, let's get this short. Do it, do it, do it. That's not what I was planning on being a starter here, but it's already finished the first target. Okay, and I've got stop Australian. Okay, we got 66 down there. That's a minor level. Let's see if we get down there. Trying 70's still trying to hold us. A 70 level. Ah! NASDAQ's bounce at the same spot. The Dow's finally looking weak. Dow's about to test its lows again. On my line chart, the Dow is the purple, so it's the weakest right now. So we have ES in light blue, the NASDAQ in pink, the Dow's in purple, and the Russell's in dark blue. If you see my other charts where I color code the indexes, it's always the same. All right, I want to see if we can get the 66 level next. It's trying to reject the cash VWAP, which I like. Definitely a market for patient people this morning, though. Is Nvidia still? Well, yeah, it's trying to test its open again. Look at Tesla. Tesla's dumping now. Tesla and Microsoft are a friend. What's the waiting on Netflix these days? Like, everyone keeps talking about Netflix like it's as big as Apple. Nvidia's on crazy drugs. Yeah, I agree with Nvidia on drugs for sure. There's lots of opportunity for options traders on Nvidia, but come on, NASDAQ, my trail's about to hit. Don't do that. I wanted more. Stop it. It is trying so hard to just range. What a shitty range too, basically the 70s. Do something. It's not a good sign when we've got the Discord long and short at the same time. Ooh, we got the VIX coming down. It's trying to bounce us early here on the 70 level. I know that they want these targets down here. Somebody wants these 50s targets. And they're losing. It's me, I want them. But it's other people too. Promise. On the, here's the other thing I'm watching on Ninja, this cumulative volume again. I think my mouse works on this chart. This is a pretty strong price candle and not a very strong delta candle. So I'm watching this. One of these is lying. Netflix is 14th or 14%. It's 14th, right? That's why I didn't get a spot on my tech chart. Okay, I'm gonna leave it on this one for a sec. This price is a lot stronger than the delta right now. So that's making me watch this VWAP pretty hard.
Order filled.
I don't keep my VWAP from yesterday. I can only have so much on my chart. Have you studied, Max, have you studied like how much that VWAP from yesterday's VWAP comes into play? I watch the previous day's volume profile levels more, and more than VWAP. Like right now, because we had that big that big pump yesterday, we're just all kind of inside the range of yesterday. It's easy. It's going to be easy for price to stay inside yesterday's range. That's the that's the path of least resistance today, is just to stay in that range. But it's a nice wide range, so it gives us some move. Max, I also kind of look at like I'll trade MES, but I'm still charting and trusting ES because I'm wanting to play with the big dogs, right? Like I want to be on the same side as the whales, and I might use MES, but I'm watching the volume and everything on ES since that's where they're trading. Man, if we missed a bounce on 70, that's annoying. We have the value area high on ES right now up around 80, 82. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, currently I'm not really paying attention to the previous day's VWAP. I mean, yesterday's VWAP kind of, it's right where yesterday's close was too. I do watch yesterday's close a lot. That's one of my favorites. That close kind of seemed orchestrated yesterday. It makes sense though. I mean, of course there's going to be a crap load of orders up there at 4,800. Okay, we're rejecting VWAP right now. Of course, we're trying to trend up since the cash session started. We'll see. We've had, let's see, I'm gonna look at our first. Yeah, we left a single print below 68. Single print down to 64. All right. Everything's trying to break VWAP. Not everything. ES and NASDAQ are both trying to break VWAP right now.
Order submitted.
Oops, I'm in the way.
Order filled.
Go blue, ES. Are you long, Ron? Might see if we can get long on this VWAP here if this thing's not gonna want to let us short.
Order filled.
Oh, okay, football, yeah. I watched a little bit of it yesterday or last night. I kind of like didn't realize the national championship was yesterday until like I saw that. That's what happens when your team's out of it, right? Looks like they're trying to bull out again today. No shorts for us today, huh? The price is definitely stronger than Delta yet, but I actually prefer this volume profile chart on Ninja. And you can see we're trying to break balance right now. It's looking pretty strong. We've got the 84 level just above us there. That's kind of the caution. Ron, are you in Michigan or are you in Wisconsin? North Carolina? Who was somebody was in Wisconsin? Oh, his arms was in Wisconsin. We got crew in North Carolina. I need to go harass them. All right, if the market wants to bounce 70, I'm going to see if we can get a VWAP entry down here. So VWAP is kind of just above my 78 level right now. Now, if I had had the balls to take the 70 bounce. We're running on that unfounded optimism again, huh? I'll take it as long as I'm long. Yeah, the 90 level from yesterday, and I left it there. It's not, I don't think I kind of left it precise, but I don't know if it's going to be precise. That 90 up to kind of 94 is kind of my level above. Take a look at what all the indexes here are doing. So I thought you were rooting for blue because I have ES in blue. But we're not getting anything exciting out of the dollar. I mean, the VIX is kind of trending down, but yeah. We have 3 out of the 4 above their VWAPs right now, though. So that's showing strength. That's showing like they don't want to get our bear targets down there. Those juicy bear targets that we all found. And we got Apple still bouncing the magic level. Nvidia's rejecting the magic level. Broadcom barely ever freaking gets any. Facebook is bouncing it. I don't know if the dog snoring is coming through. It just got really loud. I have useful dogs. They're all like part Aussie, part Great Pyrenees, like useful dogs. My daughter wanted a Frenchie, so now I have a Frenchie snoring under my desk. All right, see if we break through 84 here. If we break through 84, I'm looking at 90 to 94. Since they're not giving me my short, we're fading the fade, right? We had the overnight move from 4,800 down to 4,770, and now we're kind of fading that fade. The easy fade is going to be up to this level right here, the 84, 85. So that's why I'm looking. If we break this level, this shouldn't be a super strong level. This should be like a speed bump, like a minor inconvenience on the way. Just I can't imagine being dogless. We need our dogs here though, because well, my my 100-pound dog runs off coyotes and stuff regularly, so they get way too close to our house. We have acreage, but we have, you know, a fence. Like we have an enclosed backyard for our dogs and kids and everything. And coyotes will come right up to that fence, so I send the big girl out to take care of them. We have turkeys too. The damn coyotes run the turkeys off. The turkeys are fun to watch. They're so stupid, but it's entertainment. Yeah. If I let her if I let her work all day outside of the fence, she would stay outside the fence working all day. But I also like her hanging around here taking care of everybody. One of my big dogs is more useful than the others. Also, Bernedoodle. That's a big dog then, right? So it's like a Bernard mixed with a I don't understand that Bernedoodle. I'm picturing a big, cute looking dog though. Big soft dog. Oh, Bernie's mountain dog, yeah. Ooh, that's gotta be cool. We ended up having our dog's DNA tested because it was kind of a joke. The first Aussie Great Pyrenees mix that we got, we couldn't totally tell what she was. We knew she had some Aussie and probably some Great Pyrenees, but we didn't really know what the mix was. So we got her DNA tested, and it came back with like this long list. But then they let you know when your dog has DNA relatives that also take the test. And we get those constantly. Like, it's kind of a running joke that some Great Pyrenees was just out there, like, you know, trying to save the dog, the Great Pyrenees. Like, they're never going to go extinct. So when we got the second one, that's a Great Pyrenees mix, also born in Texas. We had her DNA tested, and sure enough, they're like 4% cousins. So there's some Great Pyrenees that has been getting around Central Texas. One dog we found kind of along the side of the road, and the other one we bought from another farm. The horses will let you know when stuff's out too, like, because the horses are so scared of everything. They can hear everything. They let us know when there's hogs coming. The horses know when there's hogs coming. They do not fuck with hogs. If there's a hog a mile away, the horses are like, fuck this shit. We're out of here. So they help too. We haven't had hogs lately. I know the neighbors, the neighbors behind us have a massive ranch. And they have hogs, but they think they're afraid to manage. I think they're doing some management, but not what they should do. So I keep telling them, or I keep talking shit. All you have to do is let people know in Texas that you've got hogs on your land and invite them over. And a bunch of of gun-toting crazies will come take care of your hogs for you. But outside of Austin's, they're like, no, don't shoot the pigs. Like, yeah, because you haven't seen what they do. If you saw the kind of destruction and everything they destroy, they make it so the foxes can't live there and everything else, so. Don't you like foxes, you crazy hippies? I don't actually want them on my property. I want my neighbor to set up a feeder. We actually do have a neighbor, he's on our road, but he's like as far away as you could be on our road, and he traps them. That was one of the, like, we kind of like did a Zoom or a FaceTime call with the neighbors. Is like, if y'all getting this, and if you have hog damage, he's like, I'm on it. So I think he's trapping more than just hogs, but if he's taking care of the hogs, I guess I'll let him do his thing on his property, right? Man, I was hoping we were gonna have more fun on a Tuesday, but we had all our fun on a Monday. I don't like to trade big on Mondays because recovering from the weekend. This time of year, because we've got kids in club sports, it's like traveling every other weekend. It's exhausting. It's fun, but I need a weekend after my weekends. Okay, so what we're failing is, I pointed that out to y'all on my ninja chart here. We had the value area high right there. Well, it was trying to push 84. It was like 82.50 is where it ended up. And that's what we rejected. So that is looking like range. I don't want to range. I want to have some fun. So we'll see if the 78 level can hold us. It's kind of right there at VWAP. So this is a pretty important hold here if we're going to break out of this range where we've this blue line from this top blue line to this bottom blue line is where 70% of the contracts have been traded. And I have this one running all night, so this is the overnight also, but I think I have this one running overnight. Are you trying to need VWAP gone? Oh yeah, your inputs, I see. I think today is a day for scalping because we've got a pretty high risk of ranging, and the fact that we did not get through 47.70 and now have not gotten through the value area high. That's pretty lame. Pretty lame. What I'm kind of looking for now, and this is against you, I know, sorry, but if we watching the 78 level in VWAP, it's kind of the very intraday line in the sand for me. I still see business down to like 64 today, but the fact that we're just so slow, like it's hard to trade this slow. That's when you have to kind of make the judgment. It's like, is this worth it? But days like this, I'll end up just scalping 2 points, 3 points here or there. Making me wish I'd done the 70 bounce, but I didn't. I really liked this first one right at market open, but that's my least favorite time to take one is like right into market open. Pope Francis is calling for a global ban on surrogacy. What the fuck do you care what people do? Slow news day when that's our news, right? Okay, I'll look at those. I don't. Oh, I see it. I don't always get. I don't always notice these messages I get on here. Let's see. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna add you in a little bit though, so I don't mess up my screen. But I see it there. I'll add you when I'm not on camera and stuff later. But I see it. I've got you. I also have, if y'all don't want to like post in the chat and stuff, I have my email down at the bottom of the description. I was trolling around some other people's streams yesterday, and I guess I'm supposed to splash my codes and shit all over the screen. So I should have like my face covered up with my Apex code, and then I need my face covered up with some like check my links below. I'm gonna assume that y'all are smart enough to know where people put links on Discord, and if you want to, or on YouTube, and if you want to support the channel, they're all down there. But I've got I'm also I also just got affiliate status with the trade copier, so I added that. Oh, I may not have added it to the live, but I have I'm gonna do a video on the trade copier that I'm using with Ninja Trader, because they just hooked me up. Y'all are gonna get a 20% discount. So what I'm doing on my links, I'm gonna just kind of make a custom link tree, and I haven't yet, but bullbarbie.link/flowbots is that one, and then it's bullbarbie.link/apex for my Apex discount and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to make it easy. I'm such a bozo though, I missed the Top Step sale. I should have added another account or two. I like kind of separating out my trades so I can race. I guess I'm racing my strategy. So I'll race my ES and I'll race my NASDAQ. I've been playing with NASDAQ one lots. If you watched my my Top Step video, because I don't know, I've just always avoided one lot trading because I like scaling in and out. But for the prop firms, that's a good skill to have. And I was just getting frustrated with ES, probably partly because I love my ES brackets and because that's my primary thing to trade. So I guess I'm not as like personally offended by taking a one lot trade in NASDAQ. It didn't hurt my feelings so much. We're still trying to hold VWAP here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to break balance or not, but that's what I'm watching. So I got this 84 level and we're kind of right below it. Okay, we should have our initial balance now. Of course, it's messed up on this chart. Does anybody else use the TPOs on TradingView? I feel like they threw it out there, having never used a TPO chart before. Usually Tuesdays do better than this for us. I don't know if y'all saw the there was an explosion at a hotel in Fort Worth, and I have reservations for a hotel in Fort Worth. They've sent me multiple text messages this morning being like, our hotel's probably not going to blow up, so don't cancel your reservation. You going long at 80? I mean, it'd be nice to get something going. Well, what I was looking at is the fade of yesterday's move, which we kind of got. I just wanted it to go deeper. I just had this level down there, like sub 60, because it's one of those that I think the market really, really, really wants to hit, but it didn't hit it. I just didn't want to enter at 70 with a target, with a potential target down there at 54. I didn't want to run a 15-point stop. Max, I agree with you right now. I'll show you what I'm watching on my Ninja chart. I think we're really struggling with this level right here. I had 84 on my chart, but on my trading view chart, what's happened in the actual market is we've gotten balance to break here at 82. So this is the kind of level that we have to fight through to get the long continuation up to like 90. Here's what's looking like on my trading view chart with the Barbie levels. What I'm looking at here is we keep holding VWAP, and this is the full session VWAP. So not only have we reclaimed the cash session VWAP and just like left it behind, but then we're holding this more minor level pretty easily, and then we're also holding the VWAP pretty easily. So that's why I'm looking to see if we're going to break the highs here and break balance and have another little drift up like we did yesterday. Because we could kind of, so we faded yesterday, not as deeply as I wanted, but we did get a fade yesterday. Are we going to get a fade of the fade? You took a point there, huh, Ron? That would be micro scalping. That's what I like to do on days like this. I don't know about 1 point. I do a lot of 2-point trades, but that's kind of the move days like that because it's so slow. It takes extra discipline to stay in these slow ass trades. Really struggling with breaking out of the value area here. They sure made a hurry to get to 4,800. The dollar's trying to pump here, though. The dollar's kind of working on breaking a level here, so that's interesting. That would help out your puts, I know. Just give us something. I don't like trading against the dollar. Ugh. One of those days. Interesting. Look at the delta right now. We're getting some pretty negative delta. We got fed in just over an hour. I don't like to trade when the Fed members are speaking. I can still hang around and kind of talk through it. I don't think it's a very big Fed member, though. Let me look. It was Barr or somebody, right? No, Williams. No, Williams is tomorrow. Barr is today.
Order canceled.
We'll see. My algos are bored too, if y'all are wondering. They've got nothing to do. The price has to move to trigger those. I'm trying to get permission to share one on the stream, but he hasn't responded to me yet. Got NASDAQ looking pretty strong here too. I'm gonna pull over NASDAQ. NASDAQ's breaking highs. I've left this level. This was from a while ago, but it seems to keep playing and keep playing, so. Yeah, it got that level's right below the daily open. All right. We're trying to pump up on without delta. Okay, we've got that delta kind of playing out negatively here. Still trying to hold VWAP. Yeah, there's not much going on. I'm still watching to see if we can get something, but it's just teasing. Did y'all see all this airplane shit? They keep finding all that airplane that had like the door plug thing sucked out. They keep finding all these cell phones. So how come if you drop a cell phone, if your cat knocks your phone off your kitchen island, it shatters, but they can fall out of a freaking airplane? That's pretty wild. I'm waiting to see Apple or Android or somebody come out with like the social media thing, like our phones survived all kinds of bullshit, like the Stanley Cup thing, and Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they need to hop on this. Social media sells shit these days. I mean, I would take a social media campaign over a regular advertising campaign these days. I mean, look at the freaking Stanley Cup thing. That just like totally went out of control. I think it was out of control last year, and somehow this year it's like already worse. I saw somebody like these like things come up in my feed now. Somebody is selling a picture. It's like completely a scam, but in the description it says this is a picture of the cup, and it's like $175. But people bought it because there's like, oh, I'll spend $175 on it, and then it's a freaking picture of it, and they get scammed. It's not a good look for Stanley. Hopefully they can, what they need to do is like stop having all these like exclusive little things. And I know it's like been really good for business last year, but it's getting weird, and it's not looking good on them when they've got people getting scammed out of all kinds of shit. I saw one listed for $15,000. Good luck with that, but they need to come out with some more. But that's how strong social media is. We are inching up here. I'm going to show you all this chart because it's a lower time frame. I've got a 5-minute on the other one, but this makes VWAP look a little bouncy here, huh? On NASDAQ. NASDAQ is definitely leading over ES today. So we'll take a look at all the indexes again. We haven't done that in a minute. Right now they're all just kind of drifting. Except for the dollar. The dollar's strong, but we're just not getting the correlation that we usually get. Like the market's trying to be strong. Normally with the dollar pumping up like this, we should be seeing a lot of weakness, especially coming into both level and the value area high. But not today. And I think that's just because we're so news dry. So normally when we have a news release, and I try to write this out in my newsletter all the time too, what we're looking for on the dollar. So if we have an unemployment data drop or a CPI data drop, what we're really watching is the dollar. The dollar will have the reaction to the data point, and then the indexes should have the reverse reaction because they're going to be reacting to the dollar more than they're reacting to the news. So today we don't have any of that sort of thing unless Barr says something cool in an hour. The dollar is just not going to be moving on anything in particular. And when the dollar's drifting, we can't. It's not as reliable, right? Like. Okay, put it back on ES. Sorry, y'all. I've been looking at my other chart here. If we continue with this bullish thing, we got to break this balance over here. Or not balance. We got to break this value area high here around 82.50. Get through 84. Contend with 90. We should probably take it back down to 84. If they're going to try a bull play today, they're probably going to be looking after that 4,800 again. If the bulls take charge of this, and they're trying, like right now, we're holding this VWAP right here, even with the dollar pumping up. There, right here, we're holding the VWAP. Oh, they said, I've seen people like that Cabbage Patch scammer on, like, people do that still. Like, they'll do it with anything. I've seen it on Poshmark a lot, where they're selling a lot of expensive clothes and shoes and stuff, or like expensive designer purses. I've heard of people doing that, like just shipping sticks and rocks and whatever, just to get the weight and show it that it was delivered. I just don't understand some of these scams because I don't know. honestly, to me, maybe I don't know what the hell's going on. It seems easier to make money in an honest way than to come up with some bullshit scam and keep it up the whole time. But I think if you're not thinking about it long term, and scammers probably aren't. I mean, why would you try to scam somebody? You're probably going to be scared and desperate if you're going to be doing shit like that, right? Now it's finally showing my little things. I thought I had that turned on. The Cabbage Patch doll thing seems pretty tame compared to the crazies these days, to be honest. Because now everyone's hyped up on social media and all kinds of shit. Man, I got like the smallest freaking trade on yesterday, and it's looking like it's gonna get that day again. But I'm kind of like, I want to trade with the big guys. I'm kind of looking at the same thing. We've got news coming Thursday, Friday, and I'm counting on some big moves then. However, we've been getting big moves the day before news too, lately. I mean, our slow days have been pretty volatile, just randomly. Like yesterday should have been a slow day, and we ended up with some wildness. Okay, so it's failing that value area high too. So like slow range shit, they're not giving us what we need. Where is the artist formerly known as Star? I was watching his indicator today. I'm trying to make sense of it. It's got he's got these little signals. I don't know what they're doing. There's a lot going on that thing, Bruce. I have it pulled up on my 1 minute chart because I don't have much else pulled up on that one, but there's a lot. Like I may not have been the best person to show that indicator to since these are my charts. I actually trade off this chart. I watch it on, I have a 1 minute, a 5 minute, 15. This one's on 15. It's supposed to be on an hour. And then the hour, and I keep all of these time frames open. But the one I actually trade off of is this one. I either keep it on like the 2, 3, or 5. I don't even have everything clicked on that thing. This looks like Lux Algo makes some indicators like this. So they just have all of this information on them where they're detecting order blocks and all this stuff. I guess I feel like I get stuck trying to figure out what the indicator is trying to tell me instead of watching the price action. But this is exactly the kind of thing I was looking at as a new trader. Like, and if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know if I'm allowed to share this indicator, but if you look up the Lux Algo ones, they have a whole bunch of indicators, and they look really pretty and they look really cool. And I paid for I tried out their like premium where you subscribe and you get access to all their indicators, and I still couldn't. It was way too much. I think as far as like the indicators and things go, now that I've got everything kind of set up in NinjaTrader, I'm looking for like, I'm always looking for things I can automate. So the automation, so I had a couple, okay, I had the algo that I have the least faith in hit at the morning, so it's only running on some accounts. And everything else has just been waiting too. Because we're not getting, I've got one that's, it's actually the one that looks for breakouts that ran this morning, but it's not very good. It abandons positions, and that's why I'm not sharing it with y'all yet, is I haven't figured out all these errors. But the one that's usually good in range is just not even triggering right now. The one that I was hoping to show y'all, I want to get permission first. I don't want to be a jerk and just like, it's a beta too. That one did one trade, but Yeah, that was like pre-market. When the algos can't get anything either, it makes me feel better. Like the algos don't see anything. Like the rules aren't triggering. They really aren't. But it's gonna be this damn slow. I might have to try to stream tomorrow. Y'all would hate that, right? Being able to stream tomorrow depends a lot on how productive I am this afternoon. So y'all root me on for cranking some shit out. I'm having to work other jobs right now, which is lame. And it's I'm listing a house I was supposed to list a year ago, and they dragged their feet. It's like I'm trying to freaking retire, y'all. Like, get this shit going. The 10-year bounced 4%. Show y'all that. I'm looking for anything here, y'all. But we've got the dollar still cranking, which would support rejecting the value area high, which we've done. And we've got the bonds. So we dipped below 4%, and it said, nah, we're going to stay over. This is interesting if the bonds are starting to go up ahead of CPI. Because if you were on this morning and I said, if you have a lot of money that you want to put somewhere, I know we don't have this problem, right? But some people have the problem of where should I stick my money while it's not doing anything. And you can stick it in the stock market. You could buy SPY. Or if you don't have confidence in the stock market, you can buy bond yields. So, or you can buy bonds. And of course that causes the yields to go up. So that's why it's inverse to ES, and why I'm always watching that, especially ahead of something big like CPI. Max, there's a couple reasons I don't stream every day. One, it's a lot to kind of learn all this. It's also a lot to trade and stream at the same time. So I'm kind of working myself up to being able to do that every day. Like last week, Wednesday was my biggest day. I didn't stream, but it's a skill to talk and trade at the same time that I've been developing. My kids' school, I have a bone to pick with my kids' school too, because my kids leave, I'm in Texas, so I'm an hour earlier than the market. The market for me opens at 8:30. My kids leave at 8:15 in theory. Sometimes they don't make that deadline. So sometimes it might just be I have to start a stream just a little bit later or something like that. I'm working on it though. I feel a lot better now that my freaking mic is working. Both streams last week, I'm talking away and everyone's like, we can't hear you, bozo. All right, Ninja Trader's not giving me audio, but I did have something alert over here. I was on YM. YM's trying to tick up here. We're headed back to the value area high here around 82. You can see really where we keep wicking. That's the area it's trying to break through. It's really like 82.50. I'll mark that and we'll put that on my intraday color. So this right now is our value area high. So even though I have the 84 level, the one that I'm really kind of watching harder right now is 8250, since that's what's been developing during the market. Yeah, I'm watching it. Well, I'm glad you're back, Gadget. Don't tell YouTube to be an asshole. Yeah, I got an alert on YM because my automation when it's wanting to buy it, I let it buy it, but it hasn't really done anything yet. Just thinking about it. The Nasdaq's breaking out. I've got it on the lower corner there. So the level we're watching on Nasdaq is the 770.
Order canceled.
Max, the reason I haven't I'm not playing music on the stream is because I'm listening to music that I can't share, because you can't share like popular music without copyright claims and stuff. Basically not allowed. So I am listening to music. You'll have to listen to your own. Got earbuds in. I've thought about playing just like generic music, but here's the thing. When I go watch YouTube videos, I'm usually listening to music then too, and I want to listen to my own music, and then I'm annoyed I have to go turn my music off. What I think we need to do is have like a Spotify playlist so we can all jam to together. I don't feel obligated to talk the whole time, but I'm trying to get something to happen here. So I'm trying to talk the market into doing some shit here too. Because right now we're just married to VWAP, but it does look, I mean, it's looking stronger than weaker now. It's just really struggling to like break out, because that's the level right there we have to break out of, is the 8250. All right. For some reason I've lost audio on my PC, but that YM did pay out, so it worked out. Okay, what else do we have going here? I think I'm going to put that YM automation on an account soon. I haven't been trading YM, but it's like the same as like I was always focused on ES and really specifically SPX. I started, NASDAQ has always been my secondary, but when ES and NASDAQ are both boring, you've got to have something else to trade. And so that's why I've been looking at YM, Russell, and oil. Because even if all the indexes are dead, we can usually get something on oil.
Order filled.
I still think if they can actually break value or break, I can't talk anymore. Come on, caffeine. But if we break the value area high up here, I'm still looking for 90 and then 4,800. Oh, good, JD. I switched accounts. It's like the account I took the first short in, I decided not to trade it anymore. I switched over to a different account. So long. What do you mean a euro close? Like for the alerts in Discord? We have when the London market closes, we'll send an alert in Discord. I have on my charts, and I haven't been using this as much. I don't think I have a way to show it. Let me figure this out. Um, I have some vertical lines that I marked on my chart, and this is an indicator that I wrote. I honestly don't know if it's public or private. TradingView frustrates me with all their rules on the public versus private, and I end up just making most of them either private or invite only, because then I don't have to deal with all their bullshit rules where they take it down. But I have one that's called Barbie's Time of Day, I think. Let's see if this is it. And what that does is just put some vertical lines, because it just reminds me when I'm trading. What is this bullshit? With not adding them. Well, this should be it. I don't know why it's not adding them. I added the indicator. This drives me nuts on TradingView. How the lower time frames won't display some of the indicators. Well, I don't get to show you that, but you can add vertical lines to your chart to give you an on chart alert also. So Mr. Mac on you should be able to full screen the screen I'm sharing. If not, you can go over to YouTube and full screen that. Yeah, NASDAQ is definitely leading, Max.
Order submitted.
So on my line chart up here, I guess I have to click on it for it to actually show you what they are. The pink one is NASDAQ. So that is showing us that, I was just bitching about the dollar pumping, so that's making it hard for us to break this initial balance and everything. NASDAQ's up there as strong as the dollar, which we like to trade against in reverse, like a reverse correlation. But this is just, y'all got to work on your patience today if you're trading this. We can trade this, you just have to be really, really, really patient. Because if you want to buy VWAP, like we've had a lot of little bounces off of VWAP, but you can't buy it up here as we're bouncing. You've really got to wait. And it's been giving this. We've got like 50 minutes before Barr starts speaking. So basically the headlines will come out if he's like dovish or hawkish. Like, can you not make that screen bigger? I think you can pop it out. Let's see. I don't know. You know what? Can I do this? I'll also see if I can share this little chart on Discord. Maybe that'll be easier to resize. Or you can always go over to YouTube too. On YouTube, I definitely suggest turning the quality up. Even though, like, when the quality is on auto on YouTube, for me, I always have to turn up the quality if I want to actually see the numbers. Okay, Mr. Mac, I've streamed the chart that I'm streaming to YouTube. Well, it's not that one. It's this one. Yeah, it's probably easier. So what some of the people do is listen to the audio on Discord, because I think it's better, and then, or I guess it's better. And then they watch the stream on YouTube. Right. Bring my NASDAQ up again. NASDAQ is strong. So I've got the 70 level marked out here. It's probably kind of the 800 level too. That one might be harder. Hey Max, I've got some that are invite only. So if you send, I have to add you by your TradingView name. I'm working on getting this automated. I'm getting pretty close, but pretty soon I should have it automated where you can just kind of sign up for them. But yeah, to have a public indicator, there's like a whole bunch of rules, and when they take my indicator down, they don't let me edit it. They just take it completely down, and I have to recreate it, and I don't like that. Like, I don't need more shit to do. And like one of them they took down because it wasn't creative enough. Like, that's extremely subjective, right? Like, y'all want them and they won't put them up there. So the solution is just to make them private. And I'm not looking to buy a yacht off of indicator sales or anything, but I was looking for an easy way that y'all could use them. So I'm working on that. I got some help with that yesterday on how I can connect it, but I do have to get my stuff turned on YouTube. I had to get over 1,000 subscribers, and like you have to get over a certain watch time and stuff, and then you can start turning on connections to YouTube. So if y'all are watching me on YouTube, then you can also get access to the indicators. So that's something I'm working on. Very close. I do have the land yacht. We had a huge windstorm yesterday. Like, it was one of those where the wind's blowing down the chimney and you can just see all your shit blowing around the yard. And someone had to go pick up the kids, and I was like, I'm not taking the box out. We're not driving the box today. So land yacht stayed garaged yesterday. My kids too were like, what do you mean you can't drive the big car? It's like, y'all don't know what it's like, especially when we get up on the highways. So we're in the hill country, which means there's a lot of hills. So when you're driving on the highways, there'll be a huge valley to one side. The wind will just rip up it. It's not fun to try to drive along that in a ginormous box. On Discord, this is really easy. You go to Discord and you go to, it should force you to go down to terms and services. Like we had an actual attorney look at this for us so we could do this right. All you have to do is hit that little thumbs up and it should approve you. Unless you try to change your name to Bull Barbie or Bibby Dawson or something like that, it should let you stay. That does happen. I don't mean to force y'all to watch NASDAQ here. It's doing what ES did yesterday, so this is what I'm watching now. So we had a lot of opportunities to buy off of VWAP. Here we go. Here we go. So I'm looking at for 90, although I consider 90 since we already fucked with 90 the other day. I don't think it's going to be a precise level. I think it's going to be more of a zone. But Camo, the link for the Discord's below. It's called the Champagne Room. I think Champagne Room Trading is the website, which basically only has a link to Discord right now, but you know. Yeah, Bruce, I have an Escalade. It's definitely driving a big rectangle. We do call it the school bus for assholes, because that's what it does. It drives kids. I wouldn't have an Escalade if I didn't have kids to drive around. It's great for our road trips though. Like it shines when we use road trips. Hey, Camostep, what's your screen name on our Discord? Or in Discord? I'll go find you. I don't show anybody has joined since like overnight when they're trying to change their name to Bibby Dawson and shit. Is it camo something? How do I do this? Oh, so Cam, you joined when our bot was being like a mega bouncer. I think I see your account. It gave you the wrong role. I don't know what its freaking problem was. But I think it's fixed now. So I tried to send a message to y'all that the bot was being an asshole. But you may not have gotten it. Are you in now? I think I fixed it. You got hit by Bouncer Bot, and we have told Bouncer Bot to chill. Okay, good. Yes, there were like 10 or 15 people that tried to join, and our bot was just like, no more in. Like that. But no, y'all are welcome to come join us in Discord, because when I'm off the stream, I'm in Discord, so. Yeah, what time frame 200 are you looking at? I ended up taking the long off the VWAP, but it's like so freaking boring. Like, I haven't even hit my first target yet. I'm about to move it down just so I can hear something. Y'all might think I'm crazy. The other big EMA I like, even on lower time frame charts, is the 800. And the guy that told me to use the 800 as, you're nuts. But then I put it on my charts. The 800's good. So we just rejected that high at 86. We've got a kind of low volume node right there, so I think it's likely to break that yet. We'll see. Slow, slow, slow. It is a rabbit hole, choosing, I guess it is a whole thing when you go to pick your EMAs. That's part of why I don't have EMAs on my main trading chart. I have kind of an EMA chart that's not my main chart. Because I get frustrated when there's too much stuff on my chart. I can't see the price action, that's what I want to look at. I'm on the 1 minute here. I'm usually at least on the 2. The 1 minute gets me out of trades that I need to stay in. So 1 minute's not really my friend. The 21, which if you use the 20, you could use the 20, it's fine. That's my favorite on the daily. Like it lives on my daily chart. I keep a daily chart up all day because I have the screen real estate for it. I like to keep the daily up all day because I'm always talking about context. Everybody's like, what do you mean about context? It's like getting outside of your 1 or 2 minute chart and looking at what's going on the broader scheme. So I'm always watching all the time frames, and especially on the higher time frames, I like the EMAs because they're strong. I've made so much off spy calls and things off that daily 21 EMA bounce. I really like VWAP though. I think that VWAP is not pushed to new traders enough. And it's probably just like, I mean, a lot of times if you're learning on YouTube, you're learning from someone who has a lot of times it's just a little bit more knowledge than you because they're itching to put the video out and stuff. And you kind of outgrow those people as you keep going through your kind of trader journey. But the more advanced traders that I've noticed, the more advanced traders are talking VWAP, and they're not talking EMAs on the lower time frame charts. So I kind of took note of that. VWAP is king. I'm telling y'all. So I've really been diving into algo trading for probably the past 6 months or so. And I want my algos to work similarly to how the smart money algos are working, because I want to be on the easy play. They're using VWAP. I promise they're using VWAP. Like, they're using VWAP. They're using different kinds of VWAP. So the ES loves this. The indexes do in general. I haven't actually messed with it on like the tech stocks and things, but this cash session VWAP too, which I never knew about until I started watching more advanced traders. When you just start it for the cash session, is a really great piece of data. Okay, finally got a profit take. All right, I got one that trailed. My other one didn't trail. Put that at break even. Oh no, my computer's slowing down. Don't do that. I think that was a block trade. Looks like it. So that's what it took to get through that level. Bruce, your VWAP should not change. Are you using the built-in VWAP? A6, I very rarely go both directions. I'm watching levels. So, I mean, my whole system is I work my ass off on these levels. I spend a shitload of time on these every night. And so this is where I have really high confidence that the market is going to either have a reversal or a confirmation. And so I don't feel the need to hedge at the levels. I know that like the pink ones are the strongest ones, and those are the ones I'm going to want to buy or sell at. And sorry, I was looking at, they're saying their VWAP and Tradevate changes on time frames, which it should not do. That's not right. At least it's close. But now I lost my train of thought. I have it on TradingView like 79.50. Ninja too, 79.50. But so I don't know if I would rather like have one idea. If I'm going to enter the market, it's because I have an idea of which direction the market's going to go. I don't want to guess. I don't want to just push gambling orders out into the market. If I ever do like a dual direction thing, it might be on data or CPI or something. And that's like when Naveed's in here asking about hedging, what I'll do is if we're sitting right here and we're about to have a data release, I can put a buy order up here, a buy stop limit, where it's not going to, the buy isn't going to trigger until we break through this level. And then I can put a sell stop down here where we're not going to sell until we break through that level. And that could be something I do, but again, that's like specifically a data play. My daily trading, I'm not just going to put a buy and to sell at this level for shits and giggles. I'm going to watch for context, see if when we get up here, I'm going to see if the other indexes are charging ahead, what the dollar's doing, what the US 10 is doing, and also kind of time of day. So if we're coming up into a level in the morning session, I know it's more likely to have a reaction. And if we come up in the afternoon, we're more likely to really kind of range in something like this too. So like, I think everyone wants some secret where you can just put these orders out and not think. And I don't think, as far as I'm aware, there's not a way to just put orders out into the market every day without thinking about it at least a little bit. My Iron Condor play kind of does that. So the Iron Condors, I have an Iron Condor automation that I've kind of stopped lately because I need to work on it. But the Iron Condor sells the same strikes every morning. And the magic of it is how it manages the trade. So if we get a big run, in theory, it should get out before it totally fucks your account. But other than that, like, there's not a magic method for just not putting any thought into it. Now I try to make this easy. You can get my levels. I send these levels out on in my Substack every night. So that's something you can do when you're learning to kind of create your own system. Because that's really, I think the goal should always be having your own edge and your own system. But if you're a new trader, like how do you create that? The best way to create it is to start with somebody else's and see what works and doesn't work, and try multiple people's systems. And what I found is like the level to level traders really spoke to me, and that made a lot of sense to me. So that's what I've been working with is levels. I know other people work on a lot of different, some people, their whole strategy, CP in our group, he doesn't do this where he finds support and resistant levels every night. He waits and just runs fibs, and he makes daily income just running fibs at the open. Like he does really, really well. Well, the slowness continues, but at least I'm in it this time. I'm disappointed in Trade of 8 if it's doing that to you, Bruce. I mean, it's close. But it's not right. I still really like their trader when you're first starting out. So I started out just paper trading on my TradingView charts, just to figure out what in the hell all these orders were and how it moves. And then I switched over to Trade because it's so simple, but it's more powerful than just the little chart trader on TradingView. Well, JD, I probably wouldn't spend as much time if I wasn't sending levels out to everybody, but in order to share the levels, I want to put a lot of like, here's the why. So, and there's our alert that the London session has closed in the Discord. We still have in 30 minutes, we have Bar speaking, so we'll see if Bar's feeling dovish or hawkish today. So in our Discord, Bruce posted some screenshots because his VWAP is different on different time frames, and it's different than mine. So I just went and checked. When he posted his, the VWAP was showing on different time frames 4775 and 4776, and at the time I think mine was 4779. All right, y'all, we're coming up on 90, so that's going to be kind of the next target here, and that's, again, I don't think it's going to be super precise, but I do think it should give the bulls a little bit of a headache here. And then if they're trying to pump this, I think they're going for 4,800. Unfinished business up there, huh? I think once you get a system that like speaks to you with the levels and everything, in order to, I guess, become like a winning trader, then it comes down to money management. That's actually where I'm focusing my next videos too. The ones that I spend a lot of time on and don't get as many views as the ones I record off the cuff, you know? that's the educational series that I'm working on right now, because I think that nobody covers that. Everyone's like, here's how you use RSI, which is usually wrong, but whatever. Here's how you use a squeeze. Here's how you find support and resistance, which is also usually wrong. But nobody tells you how to manage your money. And if you, like, I've been really good at finding levels for a long time until I learned how to manage my money at it, and specifically manage my money in futures. I wasn't turning the kind of profits that I was in options. And of course, I didn't start trading futures as my main instrument until it made more money than options. It was kind of a weird transition now. Like there was a few weeks there where I just was way behind on my normal pace, but I'm thinking long term, and long term I can duplicate these trades to accounts that I don't have any risk on other than the $50 or whatever I spend getting them set up. And then, well, the $50 on the eval, and then like 100 to 150 on the live account fee, right? And if you add that together, I mean, that's still like $200 or less. I'll take a $200 loss in my trading in my live account. Like it's not that big of a deal. So I see a pretty big advantage to multiplying everything with those accounts. I'm still in, but I was playing my runner rule. I know I got back in at VWAP, but this comes back to the money management. So I protected my trade. I had 5 contracts. 3 of them I've already taken profit on. 3 of them I took profit on real quick at like 4 or 5 points. Now I just have 2 runners, and one of my runners trails really close, and the other one I just leave it break even. And they're just going to go have fun. That's my money management. So now this trade can't turn against me, but instead of just paper handing and saying, oh shit, I should still be in it, I've got the runners working for me. This doesn't always work. They get stopped out more than they don't. But that's what I've been bitching about in the Apex accounts too, is these runners will do really, really nicely, but then like come back and hit their trailing stop. And I just lost $500 of trailing drawdown on that, which if they just were normal and let me take it at the end of the day, like normal people calculate all of their stats on trading, you know. So you got in at, okay, so you would have been in at like 76. I was in at 80. Do you have, okay, use the, I know you like UMAs. Watch the BWAP, watch the cash session BWAP. I know that people go back and watch the educational videos for like years and years and years, so I try to make those really stand the test of time. So they take me a lot longer to produce, but it should be like really good information. I'm going to show y'all the actual brackets that I'm using. And in NinjaTrader, the brackets are a little bit more advanced. So I need to go in and like Tradebate and things and show how to do those on the more simple traders too. How many of y'all use like Apex or Addis or something more advanced like that? Hey DX, I don't use a lot of indicators since I'm pretty much a level-to-level trader. On the main chart, the white line is VWAP, and then the dotted line is a second VWAP. So the white line is the regular VWAP that everyone's used to that runs the full session. And then I have this one programmed to start, and you can see on the volume here, like where the open was right there. This VWAP is only calculating starting on that opening candle. Now you had a good entry, JD. Though I guess I did too if I'm still in, so. I have the squeeze down here because we were talking about it. I don't always have the squeeze up. I prefer to watch the squeeze on higher time frames, and I am. It's just not giving me anything really interesting right now. Another indicator that I use a lot on the stream, this is squeeze base, but this is one that I wrote. It's watching the squeeze momentum on multiple time frames. I like watching multiple time frames a lot. And I call this the Mo roll. So I have this is a custom indicator that I did. And then the top right, this isn't an indicator, this is a line chart that I have comparison on. So the main line is ES, and all you do on that is change it from a candle chart to a line chart. I have a video on it. If you go back and look, I think I have it called the Indexes at a Glance. I have a video on how to make this chart. So all it is an ES line chart, and then I added the compare. And you add the compare where you type in your ticker. If you press the little plus button next to it, I think you can see that where I'm hovering over it and it says compare or add symbol. That's where you can add where I have NASDAQ, YM, Russell, VIX, and DXY. And the thing that I like to watch on this chart is I want to see the indexes move together, which are these like prettier colors. And then the volatility things that I'm watching down here, that would be the dollar and the VIX. When they have a separation and everything crosses and the indexes are moving one way and the other two things are moving the other way, I know that it's supporting my trade. And then when we start getting hooks the other way, I need to be kind of cautious about my position. The booby stuff, one of our traders' screen names is Booby Dawson, so you'll have to talk to Booby Dawson about that. But we don't get offended about boobies in our stream, that's for sure. The other indicators that I really like, DX, I really watch volume profile, but I'll show you. I watch volume profile on Ninja. This is my Ninja chart on the left. You can see the volume profile here. I watch this on TradingView also, but it just doesn't work on the lower time frame charts. It's just real buggy. And then I'm also watching the cumulative delta on the bottom, and this is a volumetric footprint. This is a volumetric chart, and then the volumetric footprint on the bottom. But I don't think you need these. This is like when you want to add something fancier to your chart. You can't trade emotionally, JD. Dog is snoring again. But emotional trading is frustrating trading. I mean, you're basically either in an emotional state or a thinking state, right? And if you start getting into that emotional state, you got to put the buttons down and get back into a calm trading state. One of the ways that I kind of think about it is like, once money is in my trading account, it's not money anymore, it's trading funds. I know that's not easy, but if you just think on that every day and approach it like that every day, it helps. Well, I got frustrated when I first started learning trading, and a lot of the guys that are in this group were in the same group with me before. So they would have voice it open for like 15-20 minutes, and the whole thing was screaming, did you get that? I got it. How much did you make? You can't follow it, and it's not helpful at all. It doesn't teach you anything. It's just like watching a bunch of weirdos scream and get excited over nothing. Like, because I have receipts proving that a lot of those guys weren't even trading. So once I found that out, that it was all for show. And it's somebody much better, well known, and especially on social media. But that's the thing, in trading and in finance, you really got to watch out for the trading influencers, because they're making their money not from trading. DX, these levels are from my analysis that I put together last night. I use a lot of things. I keep telling everybody it's not like straightforward. I'll do some videos on how to find levels, but I combine a lot of different strategies to find my levels. I use support and resistance. I use previous day high, low, close. I use volume profile, TPO, all the things, all the analysis. And I don't think that as a new trader, you should try to do everything at once. Like, learn one skill at a time. Like, learn how to find basic support and resistance. That's pretty easy. And then start getting in the habit of watching where the market opens, closes, and like on volume profile, I'm talking about, I'll put it on my Ninja chart where it's easier to see. On volume profile, that's this, where it's sticking out. And when you learn to use this, you're looking for the peaks and valleys, but you're also watching this blue line. These this blue line is showing that 70% of the trading has gone on within here. So that lets me know that if we're breaking above this, we're breaking out of the range. And, that's a pretty easy level to watch. The yellow line is the point of control. So this can be a magnet. If we were trading, this is VWAP here. So if we were trading below VWAP and testing it, and I wanted to target a short, I could target VWAP, or not VWAP, the point of control right here. But I do watch higher time frames. A lot of my levels come from higher time frames. I'll even watch the monthly. We do have a monthly level on here. I have in TradingView, I have all my levels organized into different folders. It is a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't just like teach this to someone real quick. But I have all my levels like labeled and in folders, and I'll label them if they're monthly or what days high or wick they are and that sort of thing. But you kind of, so I think if you look up auction theory, well, thanks. But if you kind of think, if you want to study up, this is kind of auction theory. But if you're just looking back on the charts, whatever time frame it is, I think that when you're looking back, like the lower time frames are hard. I want to look at least the 15-minute. You can kind of see what was going on and kind of think of it like where they were trying to get to and where they might try to get. If they're going to bring price down, then to make a big pump up, you can kind of start to see that when you zoom out. So when you look on the 1 hour, and I put that in my Substack, I think it's in the free section of the Substack, either yesterday or the day before, where I zoomed out and looked at the daily or at the hourly, because you can really see how many days we took out there and like what sort of, then you can kind of look back on where those highs were, and those will become support. So today, the hourly today is a pretty good example of where you can kind of find some levels on a higher time frame. But then when you zoom out to the daily, and it gets kind of complicated when you get to the daily, because we've got the contract rollovers on ES. And if you don't know about that B adjust button on the bottom corner of TradingView, that'll adjust for that rollover gap or not. If it adjusts, it's going to add the gap we had when the contracts rolled over to the old price, so the chart looks consistent. And we just had all-time highs. We broke all-time highs actually while I was on the stream, so I was talking about it then too. But we were kind of breaking one all-time high at a time. So we broke the NASDAQ all-time high, and that was a level, and ended up spilling over to ES. And then when we broke the all-time high on ES, that kind of spilled over to NASDAQ. So I'm watching it on ES and NASDAQ too, which, like, it is a lot. But what you do is you learn one skill at a time, and you get really good at it. It's like, first I learned how to just find support and resistance levels, and then I learned to look at high, low, close, and then I started adding volume profile and all the things. But this has been over years, so it's a marathon, not a sprint, as they say, right? And part of why I stay calm, back to JD's point, he's chatting on Discord, if y'all can't see it, he's talking about how I stay more calm than most people. But I mean, this is not life or death. We're just trying to find a strategy where we can get a little piece of the market every day. We don't have to find the high. We don't have to call the high and the low. Sometimes I do, but that's not the point. The point is just to find spots where we can get a reaction reliably. And these levels, because I work with them every day, give me confidence. So that's just the experience too. I think that's a lot of people's frustration as a new trader, is you just don't have the experience. It takes a lot of time pushing the buttons and keeping calm. I've been in some bad positions. I've told the Discord about them before, but when I first started selling iron condors, and I really felt that the position was okay, but I had sold an iron condor and the position moved so far against me. I'm probably going to fuck up these numbers, but I think I was in like a $60,000 account, and the position was down $45,000, but I actually knew it was going to be fine. It's just I'd entered it at the wrong time. So you go through that a few times, and it's not as big of a deal, right? Like, some of it's just experience. Hopefully y'all don't have to go through that. good way. I like how you said that, JD. It says, I crossed my 3rd-year anniversary from knowing zero. The first time you weren't completely good at something when you tried that. I feel that, actually. Because it is like, if you're the kind of person that can just like study really hard, I don't know, I'm one of those people. I can go take, if you tell me to go take a test on something, Barbara, you got a test to go take on Friday, it's on this subject, I'm going to pass it. Okay, I'm going to pass it. I can learn stuff really quick. I'm good at figuring things out. But trading didn't work like that for me either. And part of it's like finding the right thing to trade too. I was trading options, and what I found is like I still trade options, but I found personally I had a lot of frustration scalping them, and I find them a better instrument for swing trading with leverage. Now, someone else was saying they're not good at computer stuff yesterday, and that's kind of the same as trading too. I'm not good at computers. I'm good at like just getting in there and pushing buttons and having the balls to try shit out, which is exactly how I got into this in the first place. First, I found a bunch of knuckleheads, but then I was like, hey, I think there's something to this if I go branch out from my knuckleheads. This is why we're bonding, JD. I had a whole successful career before this too. Needed a new challenge. I think like COVID helped us realize how bored we were in our careers, right? Do you do programming at all? Because if you do programming, you need to do algos. Everyone thinks that algos are this big scary thing. They're not. You can just program an algo to go bounce VWAP every time for a few points. That's what they're doing. That's what the big algos are doing. They're just grabbing stuff here and there. I talked to a guy who's been programming algos for hedge funds for 15 years. I'm trying to figure out what all was going on. And getting started is it's really simple and really complicated at the same time, because all you need is an idea of something you can repeat. So we're just talking about VWAP, like if you can program it, so it's always an if then for anyone who doesn't know programming. So it'd be if we cross through VWAP and then come back and retest it, we will buy however many contracts and run it this many points with this stop loss. That's all it is. And a lot of the software that's coming out now, you don't have to be a programming genius to do it. You can bring up an indicator and kind of tell it what you want it to do with the indicator, and it'll code it for you. And then you just have to go back and fix any details or errors and things, which saves a ton of time. But I've been working with algos for like at least 6 months. I ran them live too early. I lost some money running them before they were ready. So that's one thing you have to do, is just be really patient running it in sim for a really long time. Because what happened is it was fine until it wasn't, right? It was fine until a position got abandoned while I wasn't watching. Like an error got thrown and I ended up in a position that did not have a take profit or stop loss. I looked at Blackbird, but I don't feel like paying for it. They have the strategy builder. I just got one runner hit, so I'm only in one runner now. I'm gonna trail to. I'm not gonna trail it too aggressively. Trail it to 64. But the strategy builder in NinjaTrader does the same thing Blackbird does. It's just not as pretty. I did the trial for for that stuff. But I did a bunch of their trials, because I guess you can get you can do a trial of both the Blackbird Bloodhound, and then they have like some other indicators. I kind of liked the one that shows all the different indexes. Like it'll show, you can have a little strip and you can put whatever tickers you want in it, and it'll show which ones are ticking up. So it'll be green if it's ticking up or red if it's ticking down. So I put all the indexes in that, and that was a cool little indicator. But my trial expired and I thought it was too pricey. I saw someone's working on one for interactive brokers too, where yeah, we're moving now. The one for interactive brokers is the same idea where you can kind of tell it what you want to do, and it's similar to AI where it's going to kind of put it together for you. I talked to a trader who's using the Bloodhound thing too, and he promotes it. I forget what that guy's name is, but you probably find him. He does some videos for them, and so I ended up talking to him, and he uses it. He turns it on and off at his levels, which was just like too much for me. It's like he doesn't know how to enter a trade, so he uses the algo to enter a trade. And some people do that too, or they're gonna if they're coming down, it's like I like a long down here, but I don't know exactly where to enter. They'll have just the long turned on when they're getting close to that level. All right, let's see. We are above 90 now. Let's see if we get 4,800. We could get a little bit of trouble, 96, 98, but I don't know. I like the long. Yep, Gadget, we are through. I like it. Oh, maybe I won't have a small day after all. Getting my runners going here. One of my things that was supposed to be running is not. Let's go! It happens, JD. I got annoyed yesterday with that pump that just kept going and going and going because I wasn't in it and I should have been in it. It happens. Speaking of abandoned positions and algos, it just did it to me again. That's the other thing about algos. People think that I just leave these running all day. Nope, 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 nope. Do not trust. Trying to get one of these Apex accounts finished so I can get another one. I have rules for that too. You don't buy an Apex account until you finish an Apex account. No, we're not CP. We are bowling out. Okay, that account liked that. Not quite finished. Yeah, yesterday's high was 4803.25. Of course, kind of the whole 4800 area is going to be some fuck shit. We get through there. Y'all want to see what we got? That's what I was going for yesterday. We didn't get it. 4810. Should I move my trail up to there? I say yes. So we have trails 4, right? Trails get to have fun. The runners. That's what I was looking at, kind of 94 to 96 could have some stuff too. Those are kind of some older levels, but I like how you're watching the on JD. I like how you're watching the volume profile, or the TPO on both sessions. I don't have that set up yet, but because I was trying to set it up on TradingView and I can't figure out how to filter out the overnight session on TradingView's TPO. So I have more screen. Still messing with that. Still going. Okay, I have a separate chart and a tab. I don't have it on the stream thing yet because I don't like it yet. But I'm using the 30-minute TPO on TradingView. I'm trying to love it. Trying. Oh, I'm trailing now. So I mean, I got in at 80. So my main position was out like a long time ago. I can't even read it anymore. So I'm in I had two runners. My first runner isn't taken off. The second runner I put all the way up under 48.10. I've got it at 48.09. But this is very optimistic. That's what I'm saying. So if you haven't traded with me before, I take 5 contracts usually, and I'll take 3 off real quick to guarantee profit, and then move stops on the runner to break even. And my second runner was taken out at, I'm trying to read it. My second one was taken off at 95. And then I've got one more that I just moved up to 48.09. I'm trying to figure out the best way to share this because I jump around switching accounts a lot. Like I'll trade, because I'm trading ES and other stuff at the same time. I'm thinking on it. I'm really close to being able to figure it out. Oh, it's about to hit my trail though. My trail has gotten up to 92.25, so I might be out here. Yeah, I'm gonna move that. I don't want to be out. Well, I use 30-minute TPO periods. What chart? I guess I have it on the 30-minute chart right now too. But then again, I'm telling you, I'm not happy with the way this is displaying. It's not what I'm expecting on TradingView, the way the TPO is working. I'm glad they added it. Okay, so yeah, I moved, I mean, my entry's down here at 80, so I'm like well into profit. I moved my stop down because this is my happy runner. I've already gotten pretty good profits on this one. It depends on the account if I'm using minis or micros. So in the Apex accounts, I usually take micros. I've been playing more with, well, so here's the thing. On Top Step, they limit you to 5 contracts, whether it's micros or minis, so I'm using minis. I played with using micros, and I got bored. I would rather just use minis and take profit really quick to get those accounts earned. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, 3 good trades in a day, I usually am good. But if you want to trade again, you can switch to size down. So if you were trading minis, switch to micros, or if you're trading micros, like size down your position just to 1 or something. Or switch over to a bullshit account. Like if you've got an eval that's on life support or something, trade some micros in there. Try to give it a little bit of a buffer. But I also, like, if I've had 3 good trades and I've, accomplished all my goals for the day, I've got other shit to do that's going to go, like, help clear my mind and get me ready for tomorrow. Like, if you try to stare at charts all day, you're going to go crazy and not be as good at entry. So I definitely respect my time away from the charts. And like yesterday, I for sure did that because I was annoyed that I was long yesterday, okay? I was long and bored, and it's just like, fuck it, I'm getting out, I'm gonna do something else. And then the market surged, of course. So I was annoyed yesterday, so that was another good reason to just kind of take off. Oh, see, so JD, you have something automatically labeling your single prints? I want that. Gadget, have you popped over to our Discord yet? She come hang out with us after hours too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to love the TradingView TPO because I don't want to have a ton of things open. I already have TradingView, Ninja, Trader Workstation, Rhythmic. Like, it's a lot. I did have my TPO chart on Ninja. It's just I was having to flip around so much because I use 1 monitor for Ninja and 2 for TradingView. It's easier to put it on TradingView. I've used Telegram also, but I like how in Discord we can. It's more like it's more of a community in Telegram because I don't know. In my opinion, the Telegrams that I've been in are very one-sided. Ours is the Discord's very much not. There's all just a bunch of friends that didn't want to deal with bullshit in other groups. So Motion Wave is like the one trading software I haven't really messed with too. I'll hear Frenchie. I tried Sierra, although it was just like so different. I got frustrated with it. Yeah, if there's more scammers in Telegram, that's bad. We deal with scammers every day in the Discord. We had 2 last night trying to do the thing where they imitate the admins and DM people, like telling about the secret crypto hedge fund that we definitely don't have, for the record. And I don't trade crypto anymore. I don't think if Bobby trades crypto, it's a secret. So I don't think he needs to trade crypto. He does really great with options and futures. So why would we fuck with crypto? I was in a group that sent for spreads in Telegram, and I didn't like how I couldn't ask questions. And honestly, I think it was because the guy didn't know what the fuck he was doing. So. Discord's actually putting a lot of effort into helping with scammers, though. I've noticed like all the features that come out include something for security. I don't think the Illuminati's in our Discord. I do think that our bot is actually working for a change, so that's nice. Glad I didn't let that stop take me out. 97 now? Gadget, I've been in. I'm going for 4,800 and 4,810. I mean, I'm already almost 20 points up. This is what I wanted yesterday. It's trying to trail again. That's the other thing, JD. I missed everything yesterday. It's giving it to me today. You kind of get used to that, I think. That's the experience thing again. There'll be a lot of days that you miss the big move, but there'll be days that you get it. We are heading up to yesterday's high. So 4,800 I expect to be kind of a sloppy, messy zone here. Probably 98 to 4,803. The gadget, what I bought was VWAP. Show you. I think I was showing the ninja chart at the time I took it too, but I was noticing how we kept holding VWAP, and then when we failed it, we held the cash session VWAP, and then came back here and retested VWAP, and I didn't get in. I was in on this candle, but I didn't get all the way down there. Or maybe I was in on this candle. I was on the 5-minute. I don't know which one it was, but it was somewhere in here when we were clearly bouncing off of it, and then I had my first take profit just real quick right there around 84, so that the rest of this is just easy. Easy peasy. Now I'm hoping that my final runner, so out of 5 contracts that I took, I just have 1 left. And I moved that trail, my stop is set to trail, and I think this bracket does it by 8. So I dragged it down. Thankfully did not get stopped out, but it's trailing again, so I'm at 93.25. No, I can't remember if this bracket's the one that trails by 6 or 8, but I think it trails by 8. I'll show you on Ninja. I'm watching the cumulative delta. We're still holding on the delta. If this delta starts kind of dumping out, then 4,800 could be a sell. I mean, you could try a scalp up here too. Here's the thing, I'm not going to take the short scalp because I'm in the long. But since people were asking about this, since I'm in since I'm in minis, what I could do, since I'm already in minis, I can't sell minis without getting out of this position. I could sell micros at this level if I wanted to. I'm not going to, because back like what Gadget was talking when we were talking to Gadget, if you've done really well, like, don't fix what isn't broke, right? If you're in profits and happy for the day, okay to leave that alone. We're definitely slowing down up here. Not a surprise. Like I told you, I don't expect 4,800 to be a clean level. NASDAQ has a level right here that it's bouncing. I'll find that for y'all. 16,818 is a level I had on NASDAQ, so it's broken and is holding that one now. I was looking at this on the 5-minute chart. Looks good on the 2-minute too, but you can see how we broke it and are really holding that level. So that's what I'm watching on NASDAQ right now. It's real clear on the 2-minute too, kind of taking a bounce off of there. We'll see if this support on NASDAQ can help get us through 4,800 on ES. And hit up here. In my newsletter, I was saying we needed proof that the little bear trend was over here at the 21 EMA. Kind of seems like we're getting it today. I like the daily for this too. Not like that. So where we bounced from, oops, I'm gonna see if I can add, oh, it's supposed to be on. Or that, there it is. There's that yellow line there is the 21 EMA on the daily. So you can see bounced through that yesterday. We've kind of, not quite, but almost retested it today. And we're holding pretty bullish. These little dotted lines are the 2 and 3 ATR. So that takes us to 35 and about 65. Now he's super squishy. Since we're sitting here, of course, y'all can do all the things. So the liking the stream or like today's live. I've got my links, my affiliate links below if you want to help support the channel. They should all give you the best discount available, and it's no extra cost to you for buying into Apex evaluations, Top Step evaluations, Trade Day. And then I've got, if you're interested in TradingView for charts, which is what I'm streaming here right now, and also my trade copier, which I'm going to be sharing more with y'all. I've mentioned it a lot. I've sold this trade copier so many times. It's by Flowbot's Replicanto, and I use it in NinjaTrader 8. to copy. It's the same trade copier that Apex sells for the same price. That actually might be cheaper with my discount, but if you buy it from the actual developer, they're really, really nice if you have questions, even if they're really, really stupid questions. Because I had just started using NinjaTrader when I bought it. They were real patient and helped me out. Like, it was something that was in their documentation that I just hadn't found. They're like, yeah, it's really easy. You're just doing it wrong. If you buy it from Apex, you're at the mercy of their customer service, which just if you dealt with, it's like, stop emailing us. We don't want anything to do with you guys. Just, you're on your own. All the indexes right now are in agreement with this. I didn't even talk about oil today because I missed it again. It did all that stuff overnight. The dollar is finally found. It broke its high from yesterday. It's kind of rejecting it. That's what's going on in the dollar right now. 10-year is just married to 4% right now. The 10-year is something I'm really going to be watching this week when we come into CPI and PPI data. That's Thursday and Friday. And the delta is still looking, I don't have anything interesting, put it that way. The volume delta is following the price real nicely right now, so. No play there. I think we're just watching 4,800 to see if we're going to get, I mean, if you played the rejection there, we're getting that. We could get it down to 47.90 potentially. It's hard to short on a day like this, though. It's also hard to get into a long. When you're trying to take a continuation like this, you have to be really, really particular about your entries. The reject too. I'm trying to see if you'd sold 98. If we haven't even, it could have taken 2 or 3 points. This is the kind of short I took yesterday when the group was shorting. I took 2 or 3 points and they were going for a better target than that. Sometimes I feel bad when that happens, but that's the money management. I'd love to get something on NASDAQ too. I just did not have it pulled up. It's still holding this level. If y'all are watching for something to enter. I just consider these higher risk up here because obviously we've traded a lot already today and we're now into the lunch hour. I wasn't even watching for the bar headlines, but I guess he came out dovish as usual, so. That's what I keep telling people, that like you can obsess over what the number is and what the number might be, what the number could be. It doesn't matter. What matters is how the market reacts to it. Yeah, I like this level on NASDAQ to get a pop off of, because, well, how far back did I have that level? I've had this level for a little while, but I think it's a good one. The 818. Holding that one is strong for NASDAQ to me. Of course, here it is testing it. The thing about oil, and I love watching oil because when the indexes are really dead, oil can give us something. It's just consolidating now. It had the great, like if you couldn't sleep, if you had done the breakthrough VWAP and buy on oil, you should have gotten I mean, you could have gotten at least the whole dollar on that. That's why I haven't been looking at oil today. It's like, yeah, missed it. I don't know if we're gonna be messing with that 17 today. I'm really just looking to see if we get to the 10. A lot of these targets I have overhead, I'm kind of watching for when we get into CPI and PPI. The thing is, we've had, even our slow days have had some crazy volatility, so I'll put them out at the beginning of the week because on this crazy bull run, we've been hitting those on drift up days and not just data days. This actually got stopped out of oil. Hunter and I in the Discord have been trying to master oil, and we have Arms that has joined us, although I think he's on vacation. He's really good at oil. But what you have to watch for, the VWAP plays have been playing on oil lately. They don't always play like that. You're kind of looking for liquidity. And so basically that's like when we get to a this is not a very good way to show this chart. But basically when you get to like a higher low point, like when it got down to 70, 70 is obviously kind of a whole number, and it's going to kind of look for some value down there. So when we bounce 70 and then dip back down, like this is another buy here too. You watch these zones where oil stops and hangs out. And I do keep VWAP on there, although it doesn't play it as nicely as ES. You can get some entries off of it. But on oil, what you're looking for is to get in kind of one of these liquidity zones and hang on for dear life. Hopefully in micros if you're starting out. I think Hunter was frustrated with oil last night too. You'll just have to not sleep. That is one I kind of keep in my pocket for like one of those nights when you can't sleep or you're up with sick kid or something. Watch CL. I usually get like one good trade on CL a week. So it's not my most common, but I'm always looking for opportunities. I agree. Oil, that's why oil's scary, and that's why I don't call as many trades on it. Because you do have to give it some room. That's why I usually trade the micros on it. Even though I like playing with knives that are on fire sometimes. I still been playing trading the MCL. Is that a good description of trading CL? Juggling knives on fire? So we have, so for CL, kind of the stuff that I was looking for, timing wise, is we have crude oil inventories tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning. So I'll be looking for oil tomorrow morning. A lot of the times, the really nice moves on oil are overnight when the Asian and London session overlap, like 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. when I'm sleeping. Gotta get the beauty sleep. That's kind of the move on oil, is finding those liquidity zones and holding on for dear life. And you're not always going to be right, so you have to be prepared for that downturn, whatever it is. I guess you're seeing it as a double bottom, and I was seeing it as a retest. Which, I mean, really, it's the same thing. I like that when I'm talking to other traders and their ideas are the same, but they're looking at it differently. I think that's really cool. I've also, so when my kind of side gig for years, and I'm kind of getting out of it, was photography. And one of my favorite things about photography too is like I could go shoot the same setup with as another photographer, but we see it differently, and so our work's going to turn out different. And I've always thought that was really cool. So there's, I have little girls, so it's really fun to dress little girls up and take cute photos of them. And I have had other photographers come work with me just so we could get something completely different, kind of for fun. All right, Jordan NQ, huh? So what I was looking for up here, because I'm primarily watching ES being at 4,800, is we could get some little scalps off of here. I'd be nervous about committing a lot to a short up here. That's why I would scalp it. I think I was mentioning that earlier. Just because our trend has been bullish all day. So when I take a counter trend trade, I'm literally just picking up a few points. I put it on YM. There's NASDAQ, sorry about that. Because this is the level I'm watching. So you're looking for a break of this kind of 20 to 18 to work out the short. On my line chart, what I watch for on these rollovers is to get the dollar in green and the VIX to start kind of hooking up while these guys are hooking down. They're thinking about it. But if you can get the support of the other markets, the NASDAQ is the weakest right now. You can get the others to start rejecting this area. That'll be a stronger short. I've still got my runner here. I've got my my ES runner with the stop. It's a trailing stop that moves automatically, and it's at 93.25 right now. I'm probably just gonna let it do whatever it wants to do, because that's from 47.80. So if I get stopped 13 points in profit, I'm all good. How much make up for the loss I took trying to short. It was supposed to be a scratch, but it did not scratch. It moved too fast. I haven't gotten into natural gas yet. You trying to give me more stuff to degen? I kind of consider oil my degen trade. Natural gas futures are NG. Yeah, I mean it's not too bad. I'm trying to trade a bunch of indexes though, so I've got on my Ninja Trader, which is where I'm actually trading. I've got Nasdaq, ES, YM, Russell, and oil. So that's a lot. And I technically was messing with gold yesterday, but I took that back off today. I was like, no, we're not doing that. All right, we'll look at natural gas. Yeah. Straight up since yesterday. This chart's all kinds of messed up. I have this in the time my charts are set to do the time of the product, so I'm not used to trading these weird times. 2 hours straight up, huh? Did the VWAP bounce too? So I have another little comment on ES and NASDAQ, which is kind of like the longer we spend up here. Ugh, not these jerks. The longer we spend up here, the more. Right. I'm just gonna let them finish. Dogs are barking like crazy. All right. The longer we spend up here, the less confidence I get in it. It's a good find on natural gas. That's we got the indexes being slow right now. VIX is down at under 13 now. I just have to say I'm glad I had my runner. I'm glad I took the VWAP bounce, and I'm glad I had my runner because this is not a nice spot to buy or sell right now. It kind of did this yesterday too. Or was it yesterday? No, I guess it was. I don't remember what day we were watching this. It was not yesterday. Yesterday was the straight up day. I think it was Friday that I'm thinking of, where we just kind of hung out right underneath a major level. It kind of creates a nice place to move off of the next day, but it makes the current day kind of boring. It's still trying. I mean, everything's looking pretty bullish still on ES. The RSI is kind of reset on NASDAQ. How's it doing on ES? That's not the RSI, that's the stochastic I have over there. But it's a hard level to buy here. I have to say that. It's a lot more risky up here. Did you get to play the natural gas at all this morning? Show you all my ninja chart, even though it's not really showing us anything. I know this is the order flow that add-on order flow data that you can get from Ninja. I think it's $70 a month, so it's not cheap. I don't mind sharing that with y'all, kind of what's going on with this is data you don't get over on TradingView. What I kind of watch for is if we get a divergence here. So like this price candle is green right now, but if we were getting red delta candles on here, then I would be more confident on selling this level, but we're not getting that right now. So that's why I don't want to sell this level, at least on ES. Yeah, see, it's trying to break through right now. This is just the 2-minute, so we're just working on the 2-minute right now. Oh, Bodyguard came to say hi. Speaking of big dogs. Come on, break it. Break that high. The high is 98.25 right now. Come on, one tick and we got it. This is kind of how you work up through a chart when ES is in drift up mode, just on the lower time frames, just reclaiming one, or not reclaiming, but claiming one high at a time. These are all TradingView tools that I have up right now. You trying to compete with me? The order flow, that's why like I don't show I haven't been talking about the footprint a lot because I've been trying to think of the simplest way to explain order flow and footprint. But one of the ways, and I need to brighten this up, I think, to share it on stream. On the footprint, I don't know if you can see this very well, but I have some levels like this is yellow, and this one's kind of highlighted in yellow. And that's showing me like the most important kind of levels in that candle where most of the volume was traded. And sometimes these will like kind of all start to line up, and then that kind of creates a nice little base or support level there. You know, I didn't show my face for a really long time, and everyone assumed it was because I was fat and ugly. So I hope the haters are enjoying getting to see my face now. I've encountered some nuts in trading. Someone was threatening to dox me, and I was like, well, I've got kids here, so if you want to put my kids in danger and engage Mama Bear, that's going to be a very different person than you're dealing with right now, just FYI. It does take some cojones to put yourself out there, but I've been I've been in the Discord helping everybody out. So I kind of figured why not bring it to YouTube. Plus, so I have a daughter who is 13 and she's wanting to start trading. It's really hard to like back up and start at step 1. And so one of the things I'm doing with my YouTube channel is just like compiling this kind of database of everything I know that she can go back and watch and learn how to trade, especially over the summer when she's not going to have as much to do. I'm hoping that I can get her trading with me a little bit over the summer. She's really smart, but you know, any kid doesn't want to sit there and have their parents lecture them for hours at a time. So I think that like kind of having this archive that she can work through herself and then ask me questions on will kind of work really well. And then if I'm creating that anyway, why not do it in a way that other people can enjoy and share it too? Because of course, so I started out I was in real estate a few years ago. I had a whole career in real estate, a whole successful career in real estate. But I mean, I got bored and burnt out, and then COVID was here and people were turned into absolute lunatics. I didn't want to deal with any of that. And this was a fun challenge to take on, because I mean, I've traded before, but not like for income and not extremely successfully. So I took the plunge into learning how to do this for real. And now I have all my friends asking me to help them trade, but that's a tall order. How do you just teach someone to trade? It's like they want the 5 or 10 minute spiel on everything that I learned over years and like days and weeks and hours and months obsessing over all of this. And that's not how trading works. Trading works through, you learn the stuff and you work your way through the experience, and you have a lot of failures, but it's all part of the process. So they say it's a journey, and it really is. Like, you have to work your way through all of that. But yeah, that is part of, like, so she's motivated. That's part of the thing. Like, she's motivated, but it is frustrating to sit down with the kid. That's the other reason, is I want to kind of hand it off to her. I'm like, okay, if you sit down and go through all this stuff, then I'll help you with it. But also, like, I have friends that's like, one of them has just been going through a horrible divorce, and she's all freaked out about money, and she's like, teach me how to trade. I want to trade. Teach me how to trade. I know right now she doesn't technically have the patience, but she does have, I can give her like a piece at a time. And so that's kind of what I'm doing with her too, is, you know, one little lesson at a time, and you just build on it. And that's how I learned how to trade too. I didn't have anyone come slam the book, like, here are all the secrets, because it's a very individual thing. That's why they call it a journey. You find your own edge, because everyone kind of sees the charts and the markets differently. Like we were talking earlier at Open, we were all kind of watching that 4760 area. A bunch of us were watching it, and we were watching it for different reasons. I think some people were looking at it because we had a recent low there. Some people were looking at it on Fibonacci and volume profile. And like, when everything lines up to those levels, I feel really good about them. Of course, we didn't end up hitting, retracing back that low, but that's something that I kind of keyed in on really quickly, is everyone kind of has a different thing that they see and a different thing that speaks to them. So you have to just, you have to kind of find that for yourself. Like, nobody can just hand that to you. You have to find that. I think that's really the difference between traders that succeed and traders that fail, is just not expecting them to hold your hand. If you want somebody to hold your hand and hand you all the trades and hand you all the knowledge, you're not going to get it. But if you take the initiative to find it and understand that this is your thing, you have to do this. You're the adult. Like, this is on you. And you take accountability and responsibility for everything yourself. Like, in finding your own strategies and learning everything yourself, that's where you find success. Not just in trading either, but you certainly, like, that's the way that's the process in trading. But that's a good skill in life too. That's what surprised me about trading, is I thought I was going to learn how to read these charts better and make better decisions about what to buy and sell and that sort of thing. Of course, I ended up onto indexes, which is a whole rabbit hole that I love now. But you know, you can't just, it doesn't work that way. You've got to go through the whole process, because there's all the psychology. I didn't know all the psychology was going to be there, and working through all that psychology has improved my life in general. So I've become more disciplined and more self-reliant, and definitely less sensitive since I've had to deal with all these crazy trolls and drama and stuff. Well, I don't necessarily have support from everybody. I have family that thinks that this is a huge waste of time and a huge gamble, and that we're going to lose our shirts and all that, and they don't understand what I'm doing. That's okay. They don't have to. You can't expect everyone to be on your side. You can't expect everyone to like me. I'll tell you, there's a lot of people who don't like me. I don't really care. That's the greatest thing about, like, getting older, is like, you stop caring what other people think, because you value your own opinion so much more. And that's another thing, like, just putting yourself out there in the trading communities and then learning how to trade and going through all the discipline and patience and self-improvement, you get all that. So you can't do it to prove them wrong too, though, Gadget. You gotta do this for your own reasons and not to prove them wrong, and that'll come. Karma has its way of working itself out. I think sometimes they just really want to see they're jealous that you're learning something that you can really scale up and make a huge difference in your life, and it's scary and intimidating to learn how to do this, and they probably don't want to do it. Well, then I like you too, Miguel. I don't know if you want to be emotionally numb, but you do want to learn, like there's appropriate times to have emotions and not appropriate times to have emotions, and when you're trading is not an appropriate time. Excellent news, y'all. I have it on good authority that is going to be a Taco Tuesday today. Okay. Oh no, Piccolo, are you saying you diamond handed? You didn't. If you made money, I mean, you paper handed. If you made money, we don't need a diamond hand. We're going for income. Income isn't diamond handing. There are income trades and there are diamond hand trades, and the runners are the only thing that need to do the diamond handing. Well, I know we have new people on the stream, and since we're kind of waiting because the market's not moving, I'll kind of explain to y'all kind of what I have going. These are we have always called them the Barbie levels in our trading group. I come up with these levels in various ways. I keep saying it's an art more than a science. I learned how to do this over years, but there's support and resistance, highs and lows, volume profile, market profile, all kind of combined into what I think are the very best levels. The pink ones are stronger than purple ones in general, and I'm going to take the market into context when I do that. Oh yes, Mike, like button please. Gadget's got that. So since the pink levels are the strong levels and the purple levels are like kind of the in-between levels, I'll look to sell a pink level up here and buy a pink level down here. But context is really important to me. And what I mean by that is like on this line chart, this is literally this is not an indicator. It's an ES line chart that I added the comparisons to. And in my videos, it's called the indexes at a glance. If you want to know how to set this up, it's how to set it up in TradingView, but it should be the same. It's the same idea in other platforms. So what I'm watching here for context is that right now I can see that all of the indexes are moving up because it's these top ones here. And then VIX and the dollar tend to move in the opposite direction of the indexes, and they are doing that. Here we're coming for 4,800 finally. I see my runner trailing. So the trail is up at 94.25 right now. This must be my 6-point trail. One of them stopped out earlier. So if they're going to break 4,800, the first target that I had up there is going to be 4,810. Which I don't have labeled on here, but I think that was a volume profile. Oh, that's a lot of levels. So that was where we closed yesterday and opened overnight. I also had a volume profile there. I have like an old gap there. There's all sorts of stuff. But since we've already tested it, I didn't put it as strong a level. I still think we can break this. I think they're going for over 4,800. And y'all, I've been streaming Tuesday and Thursday mornings to kind of get my stream started because that works best in my schedule. I have kids that leave the house around the time the market opens. So right now I've got 2 days where I've kind of got that covered. I'm trying to add more. And what I might do is just start a little bit after the market opens where they're not quite as early. But I am working on adding days to my schedule. I also travel a lot in the spring. I travel every other week, basically. So I might kind of, if I can't stream on a Thursday, switch, make sure I get extra streams in other days. Although so far my schedule is pretty good. I think I only have one trip planned that I couldn't do over the weekend so far. That would be kids club sports. So if you have kids in club sports, you know what I'm talking about. And Piccolo wants 24/7 Barbie. I'm trying to share more of my shenanigans on my Instagram. Z is the one that's telling me, he's like, you need to share real life stuff. I don't even have a personal Instagram going, really. I had one, but like, I guess I still have it. I don't really use it. I'm trying to get good at that stuff. And when I'm not on stream, I'm hanging around our Discord, so I have the link to that below. I'll put some links in here in the chat too. So let's see. That one, if it's feeling nice. Maybe it's not. The Discord link is in the description if it's not going to post it here. Sometimes when I'm actually streaming, this stuff slows down and won't actually send it. Oh, now it's doing it twice. There you go. So there's the link to the Discord we're hanging out in. It's free. Well, Piccolo, you have to you just have to film around the illegal activities, or make them look more legal. Well, we got 99.25, but we did not get 4,800 yet. I still think they're trying for it. They're just having to work their way up. The Dow's looking the weakest right now, and the Nasdaq's looking the strongest. The S&P is going to want to move with the Nasdaq. Oops, did I just change? The wrong chart. Okay, change this one to Nasdaq. Breaking its highs again. Piccolo, you got your income trade. Think about this. A few months ago, you were struggling to pass evaluation accounts, and now you're making money every day. That's a huge improvement. And only runners diamond hand. Main positions don't diamond hand. And then, of course, other ways you can support the channel. I have my affiliate links below for Apex, Top Step, Trade Day, TradingView, and Replicanto. That's the trade copier that I use on NinjaTrader. Yeah, y'all can thank Z that I've been more active on my Instagram, even though she hasn't been around lately. I'm about to short Amazon. They keep delaying all my orders. Trying to throw a birthday party. I need my birthday party stuff. I'm still just hanging out with this runner. my one lot left of runner. But we're up here challenging yesterday's highs, which we couldn't get through on ES. I'll put the chart back on ES. Yesterday's high was 4803.25. I marked that here. That's that lighter level. So if y'all are joining, I know we had some new people join since I got into this trade. I bought a long time ago. I was watching VWAP down here, and the solid light line is the regular VWAP, and then the dotted line is a cash session VWAP. So if I scroll back, you can see where the volume starts at 9:30. It says 8:30 on my charts because I'm Central Time. So that dotted line VWAP started when the market opens. And we made one bounce off of it and then reclaimed the full session VWAP. And I was on the 5-minute chart, so it's hard to show on, I don't know exactly which candle it was, but I was in here somewhere. I got in around 47.80. And my normal plan, or my normal entry, is 5 lots, and I take 3 off real quick at the next target, which was 84. And then I let 1 or 2 runners run. Since this was a 5 lot, I have 2 runners running. So I took one off at 90, and the other one is right now going for this big target up here at 48.10, but it's got a trailing stop on it. My trail is at 94.25 right now. So I'm just hanging out with this one runner. That's money management that I just explained, where I take 3/5 of my position off real quick. Keeps my accounts green every day. Like, I almost never have red days doing that, and having those runners lets me still get my diamond hand in. So I might paper hand my first entry, but I don't give a shit because it keeps my accounts green every day. And then I let the runners run. We did first try to short down here because we're looking for a continuation first, and that failed. We were initially looking for this continuation below 70, but we didn't get it. But my my opening trades are not as good as my second trades, like every day. All right, so we've got 99.25 to break as our ES high today. NASDAQ is still making new highs. Take my camera off here. You can see NASDAQ on the bottom. Charge. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there's yesterday's high. Come on. Let's get 10. Did not mind that. So now my runner is, or my trail is at 98.75. I missed the run yesterday. It was so, I didn't miss it. I was in it. I just got, I got bored and wanted to go outside and didn't want to deal with my runners and closed it right before it kind of launched yesterday. So this is karma helping me out, saying, okay, sorry we didn't get that to you yesterday. We'll help you out today. JD, you can learn from that. You got to try to learn from it instead of getting frustrated. He missed an entry. I miss entries all the time. It's okay. There's so many opportunities. I mean, y'all can try to sell. So right now we're at yesterday's high. 0325 was yesterday's high. So we're trying to break it right now. You could try to sell this for a few points, but here's the way I look at it. We've been climbing since 70. So we're up 30 points and it's not showing signs of slowing down yet. So I'm looking at the cumulative delta on my ninja chart, and the delta is still strong. And if y'all don't know volume delta, basically what it's measuring is, if you're familiar with the order DOM, this book trader on Interactive Brokers, it's the DOM on most software. You've got a buyer and a seller that are being matched. But in order to really be able to tell if the price is going up and down, I mean, they're matching diagonally because you've got the market maker in the middle making that slippage. So you're looking at the trades diagonally and seeing where you have a peak either going this way or that way, right? I don't know which way it's going to be on when you're comparing it to your screen, but it's either going to be pointing up or pointing down, and that's in a very simplified example what the cumulative delta is looking for. You can kind of see it on the footprint chart a little bit too. So I need to recolor these. I was saying earlier, but these are showing yellow where the peak volume in the candle was traded, like what price, and that's the kind of calculation it's using there. These can end up being support when they line up really well. And this is the order flow suite on NinjaTrader that you have to pay extra monthly for. I really like it though. I think it pays for itself. I mean, the analogy I use is like, this is a freight train right now. Oh, I'm going back and forth between the wrong charts here. I'm going up all day long. Do you want to step in front of a freight train up here at 10? If you do, you should not be counting on 30 points, right? If you do, you should be just looking for a quick little scalp and know that you're going counter trend. Okay, so right now it's trying to fail yesterday's high. I mean, we technically broke it, but we're coming back down to 4,800. But like I said, like this whole area here is going to be filled with orders from people with all different strategies. Like we were talking about earlier, if I'm looking at a volume profile level and it ends up lining up really nicely with one of CP's fibs, then we like that level. And 4,800 has a lot of that. Now watch for this hook too, so this can be a little warning for your long here. Oh, it's testing my stop. That just hit. I'm out. It hit one account first before the other. I was hoping that second one was going to stay in. Well, I'm out. That was good though. We got... Where did it sell? That final one got 18.5 points. I do not hate that. So not a bad day. Ooh, we're getting a short off of yesterday's high. Who wanted to short that? Gadget? It's got to break through all here though, so this is one I would definitely be scalping, like I said, if you're taking this. I'm not switching after being in a long for a couple hours. My brain can't switch that quick. So, we didn't have any headlines or anything, did we? No, I think we're just literally hitting a technical on that high. What time frame are you seeing a double top? I don't usually trade on the 1 minute. The 1 minute did kind of have that little retest. The thing with the 1 minute is I can get decent entries off of it, but then when these candles whip around, because I really like watching the 5 minute too, it gets me out. So it's just kind of a psychology thing that I know that that I personally do a lot better watching the 2 minute. Oh gosh, I've tried messing with all the different bars. I've got a set of Renko bars too, and all that. Like we were talking about earlier, like you have the different things in trading that speak to you, right? And I know a lot of people love the Heikenashis. I like the simple candles. They work for me. All the indexes made this move here. Well, I like to, again, context. I say context a lot. So this is one of the things I'm looking at. These are the same colors as my line chart. I try to keep it really simple. The top row here is all the indexes. And the best trades are going to be when they're all moving together. So that was a nice little reject because they all took it. On the bottom, the things I'm watching, I have crude on here kind of to fill up the space. But the dollar and the 10-year and the VIX should move. They call it inverse correlation. In general, they're going to move opposite. We don't have a strong correlation today because we don't have any data. So you'll notice the strongest correlation on the days that we have a lot of data. Like Thursday, Friday, you should be able to watch the dollar and trade opposite. If the dollar moves up, ES will move down, vice versa. Because on Thursday we have CPI and Friday we have PPI. And like I was saying, tomorrow is going to probably be a good day for crude. Since we've got inventories at 10:30, there's usually a move before and after. Crude is my, I would call it my degen instrument, but a lot of the times when the indexes are slow, I can find something over there. There is the artist formerly known as Star. I did not figure out how to load your strategy to my chart yet. I was going to work on that this afternoon. We got the bond auction results in chat there. It's not really moving though. What's tomorrow, the 10-year auction? What am I looking at? We don't have anything else today. That's the problem. There's nothing. When the indexes drift, you know, they're going to drift on the path of least resistance, right? We're trending up right now. So, the artist formerly known as Star, you're setting your automation on your strategy to run like 3 a.m. to 6 a.m.? Okay. I don't think I know that. I don't think I know Trader Oracle. Yeah, I was talking about the 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. being like the prime time for a lot of these oil trades. So I'll wake up and it's already made the move and then I avoid it. If it hasn't made that move 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., then I look at it. I'm going to turn y'all over to my ninja chart again, because this is the kind of divergence I look for on the cumulative delta. You can see price on that ugly candle we just had, took out my runner. That was a pretty significant move down. It kind of went all the way down to where these other candles were bottoming out and wicking. We didn't get that on the delta. The delta stayed a little stronger. That's what I'm watching for up here, that this is looking still bullish to me.
Order canceled.
We're building a nice little node, volume node right here, just under 4,800. That, like, this could definitely turn into support here. This whole little snaky thing that we have going on, like this whole deal, they're trying to turn this into support. They're trying to base this. See if they can do it. 4,800 is definitely giving them some trouble. It makes sense. That's exactly where we ran to in the end of day rally yesterday, and then just drifted back down from. I haven't traded NASDAQ at all today. I might switch over to NASDAQ if we get something. Hey Hunter, look at, I gotta share my ninja chart. Wait, I was sharing my ninja chart. Mine doesn't have that crazy wick. Hunter got a wick all the way down to like the swing low. Yeah, you got a bad candle there. Misprint. But I got my ninja chart up too, Hunter. My ninja chart does not have that. That's ES. ES March. That's the same one you're looking at. They're just having to chew through 4,800. You can see they got that little surge and they hammered it right back down. They're just trying to chew through whatever's sitting up here at 4,800. I mean, there's orders. I see some orders coming and going. Like they're trying to hide what they're doing here. You want NASDAQ at 38? That little swing low? Yeah, you're looking at that swing low. I also don't want to mess up what I've already accomplished. I did get a 20-point runner, so. Okay, 18.5. I'm going to round it to 20 for my happiness. In other good news, I seem to have worked out that thing that was causing my stream to go down. So thanks for sending me the fix on that, y'all. Streaming looked a lot easier before I actually did it. I don't really mess with individual stocks much, to be honest. I do more buy and hold with individual stocks because I found that if I focus on the indexes and just expert in the indexes and obsess over them, I can make a lot of money off of them. Thanks, Citizen. I answered this yesterday, I think, in a better way. So I technically took my first trade when I was 17 in my dad's account. But as far as like taking day trading seriously and learning how to actually make an income from day trading, it's been, I mean, that was since COVID. So I had a whole successful career in real estate and I was honestly getting burnt out anyway. And I was ready for a new challenge. It was just the timing was right, kind of being stuck at home. Actually, realtors were not stuck at home during COVID. It was massive craziness, and I hated it. So I was avoiding it. and I learned how to, I've always wanted to learn how to read charts and how economics works, like beyond a 11th, 12th grade high school level, whatever we learn in there. Like, so I think 2021 is when I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna learn how to do this. Don't have to deal with other people if I don't want to. And nobody's like depending on me other than my individual family. That's what's hard about real estate, is like it's half knowing everything you need to know about, you know, real estate and contracts and all that, and it's half like having to be people's psychologist and best friend and punching bag when they're very stressed out spending a lot of money and moving and doing all that. But we do in our group, so that's why we have our Discord trading group. Is a lot of us trade futures, but we have some variety in there, and we have BMO who like does small caps and stuff like that, that like honestly I just don't have an interest in learning right now, and he's really good at it, so we have him kind of call that. And then I know Hunter does some long term. He doesn't call them all the time, but he's starting to call some in the group, and hopefully we can get some more people that like kind of calling the buy and hold too, because that's it's nice to be able. I don't know if y'all have, since I've started day trading, I'm managing my IRA myself. I transferred it to Interactive Brokers, and I did 40% on it last year, so that was about equal to what they did on it in 10 years. I'm gonna keep managing it myself. I was trading options and things in there too, though, and some futures on a very different margin rate than I do at Ninja and Top Step and Apex. I do think at some point, because it's, you know, we still have the whole afternoon session to go. At some point, we're going to move off of 4,800. So everyone who's interested in the squeeze, like I know a lot of people come here for the squeeze. You can see what it's doing down here. But this is an indicator I wrote, and it's watching the momentum part of the squeeze on multi-time frames. That's what, because I wrote it, it makes a lot of sense to me. I have it up here, but of course we are in the squeeze down here. Right now, this 2-minute squeeze is looking like it wants to fire down. We're starting to get into a squeeze on the 5-minute. Not the 15 yet. Have I put a video out about waterfall trading? Like that's kind of what I'm looking at here. I'm watching to see if the squeeze is going to spill down. It's trying to break down on the 2-minute here. But we'll first watch for see if this squeeze breaks down on the 2-minute, and then watch it on higher time frame. Citizen, I guess the way I've been describing it lately, that I think makes a lot of sense. I have like a systematic approach to discretionary trading. And what I do is, because I'm a level trader, like levels make a lot of sense to me. I'm very like methodical and logical. And so level to level trading makes a lot of sense to me. So these pink levels, I have my levels color coded. And we buy at, I in general, I like to buy the pink level and sell the pink levels up here, but I'm going to look at it into context and see both what the other indexes are doing and, you know, what the tech stocks are doing, what dollar's doing, all that sort of thing. Monsif, is that how you say it? I don't know how my P&L helps you trade. I do post, I post my wins, not every day, but because I also think it's distracting. I've been trading for a few years, and I have decent sized accounts, and I work really hard to build up my accounts. So I don't know how me showing that I make X every day, it's going to help a new trader. I actually I found it hard when I was a new trader, walking in and seeing people make a lot of money every day and feeling like I'm never going to be able to get there. And so I try to look at it kind of in percentages and everything. But if you want to kind of get a sample of what I do in our Discord in the Flasher Dollars, I do have some of them. Okay, we are looking, so we're headed back down to the 90 level here. Gadget, I use multiple strategies to find my levels. I use support and resistance, market profile, volume profile, previous day high, low, close, some swing highs and lows from upper time frames. It's a lot of analysis, but it makes me really confident in my levels. I know a lot of people don't want to do that. I do have a little bit of a shortcut. So this is an indicator I wrote. I put this on the tech stocks. These levels here, these are automatic. They're Fibonacci based, which is another way I get levels, of course, using fibs. But I found that the fibs was an easy way to just get automatic levels. And these aren't straight fibs. It's fib based, but not exactly straight fibs. So that's my lazy way to get levels. And then on ES, I spend time every night finding these. So y'all, I built when I first started trading. So I owned my own real estate brokerage, and I've had other businesses too. I guess I'm sort of an entrepreneur, but I've always bootstrapped everything. So I've never come out of pocket, really, not significantly. I've never come out of pocket significantly to build a business. And so I treated trading the same way. At first I deposited $100 into Thinkorswim, but I quickly found that was not going to do it. So I started with $250, and I spent the better part of a year taking kind of a lot of highly leveraged, honestly kind of dangerous trades to build that up to where I could trade pattern day trade free. And then I found futures and kind of felt like a sucker. But I am working on, this was supposed to be my next video, but I'm making sure it's really, really good. I'm working on a video about how I grew my small account and kind of the logic and math, because I did pay myself while building the small account. I think that's really important. So I'm gonna share soon. That's the one I'm working on. Of course, I'm streaming and not working on that right now, but I'm working on a lot of the basic videos right now because I'm trying to teach my daughter and some friends who are brand new what's going on. Nick Trader, our Discord's totally free. We're not charging you for Discord. There's nothing to pay for. The only thing I have premium right now, because this does take like a lot of time, and it was annoying me to like give this away and then have everybody like trash me on it too. Like I'm charging for just the levels. So my Substack is totally separate, and I want to tie it into YouTube at some point, but I don't have that set up. The Substack is where I publish my levels at night. That's the only thing that I'm charging for. Everything else is, the Discord is free. I do want to start paying the guys who share trades. I'm working on that. So I'm working out some stuff on how we could do that. But my YouTube, I initially thought, I was like, well, maybe I'll do a paid course. But when I was looking more and more into that, like these paid courses are trash. I'm not going to do a paid course. I'm going to put it all for free and have YouTube pay me. So y'all don't have to pay. Nobody who wants to learn how to trade has to pay. YouTube will pay me for my work, and y'all can enjoy it. That's what I want my friends to be able to do too. Well, thanks, Gadget. You can like it times 10 by coming back. How about that? Like I've thought about, okay, I do want to share some of my actual entries and things on the stream, but I'll tell y'all, part of why that's hard for me is I have to pick an account that I'm going to share with y'all. I'm trading a whole bunch of accounts. I've got Apex accounts, Top Step accounts, Interactive Brokers, of course Ninja, and then a bunch of sim accounts where I'm testing all kinds of algos and things. So once I can get my whole head around this, I'll figure out how to get those onto the stream. All right, so we're testing the 90 level right here. Not getting my 48.10 target, just getting the daily high from yesterday so far. Thanks, JD. So JD's making a point that he was aware because he was paying attention of what I was doing. Like, I don't have to actually have it on the screen, and I agree with you. All right, we're headed all the way down to VWAP here. I try to be really clear about what I'm doing, but in general, like, I'm looking to buy and sell the pink levels just in context. But like right now, since I've already had a big trade, I'm not itching to put anything on in the middle of lunch hour. What I am looking for is we've made this massive move up, and we're kind of getting a retrace on it. Are we going to hold the next level down here? That's kind of right by VWAP. See, I have a level lining up with VWAP, so that's something I would look at possibly scalping off of. But we have some lower levels that we were looking for earlier. We were hoping for a break of 4770 to go down and test 4760 and below into the 50s, and we didn't get it. So that still could be on the table for today. I just remember feeling like, as far as like sharing like the big pin, I know that's flashy. There's plenty of people that do that if you just want to watch people have game porn. I'm trying to actually teach people, and I don't think it's helpful to see what I can do with the bigger account if you're working with a smaller account. I personally found that frustrating when I was working with the $5,000 account, watching people trade with $100,000 accounts. It's like, well, of course I can't do that. There's a GIF, and I need to make my own. They've got like a little pistol with like some huge ammo in it from like a humongous gun, and I just always think about that because that's what you're trying to do if you're trying to get, if someone has a lot of funds behind them and can take a lot of size without blowing their account, and you're trying to get the same results, like it's just not going to happen. You have to build up to that. I do know people like it though, so I share it every once in a while. Like the first day of the year, I smashed the first day of the year. I had a clean sheet on all accounts, so I posted that one. I don't have a clean sheet today because I took my first trade in one account and then switched to another one because I just wanted a fresh start. That's the nice thing about the Apex and Top Step. And I got people arguing in my comments about which is best. But instead of doing that, I will argue that the best idea is to trade both of them. Have Top Step and Apex accounts. I can trade them both at the same time. And we're almost down to that VWAP again. I'll show you all the ninja so you can look at the order flow data over there. This is where that bearish delta is finally coming in. Like this is on the footprint. I wish I had a better zoom on this. This is the frustration I have with the footprint chart, is it's hard to like get a good zoom in on there. But I can see these numbers a little bit better. Like this is some pretty aggressive selling all through all these candles. We've got the most volume was sold at the bottom of these candles, and they're still going. Never a dull moment around here. Does look like we're kind of trying to bounce that VWAP area without getting down to it. Still trying to be bullish. Well, I was looking to see if the afternoon was going to have a different mood other than, rocket boosters only. Doesn't look like it. This is basing behavior here. Getting ready to keep us going up. With CPI and everything later in the week, what we're probably kind of looking at is a lot of positioning from banks and things. De-risking or putting some more risk on, whatever they want to do. If they don't want to show their cards, they're going to take a few days to do it. I don't use the VWAP deviation bands because I don't know, I got attached to Keltners pretty early on trading, and so I kind of find the deviation bands distracting because I'm watching Keltners, and I know they're different, but it's kind of the same thing where you're looking for that extension. I have kind of played with them. Also, I like to keep my charts as clean as possible. When there's a whole bunch going on in my charts, it's too much to analyze all at once, in my opinion. Yeah, JD, you know that the TTM squeeze is built on the idea of when the Keltners move inside the Bollinger Bands. And that's all the indicators should do. If you have an indicator on your chart, it needs to be on there for a really good reason. And so it should be helping you see something you want to see. So if you've noticed that you get a good move after the Keltners move inside the Bollinger Bands, then you might want an indicator to show you that without having to have all those lines on your chart. That's at least 4 lines. I think that's kind of something you have to graduate to from a new trader to when you're getting to be more experienced, is just learning what not to have on your chart. I think the goal should be to have just the things that you need. At a point when I knew that my charts were too cluttered, I took everything off and added things back as I missed them. And what I noticed is I don't actually like having all the things on all the charts. So I don't keep the Keltners on the lower time frames as much. I keep them, I pretty much keep them on my hourlies and the daily. But I'll put the Bollingers back on. We have like a kind of power hour trade we'll do. in the group that I haven't been calling because we had a guy calling it and he hasn't been around lately, but we do have a trade in the group that will do power hour where we're watching where prices relative to the Bollinger Bands during power hour. And I just turned it on for that. I don't keep it on all day. So right now we are at the point of control, right at 97. So getting over that is bullish. Yeah, see, they want to go over 4,800. They want it bad. Did anybody take the VWAP bounce while I was doing other stuff? If I was in that VWAP bounce, I would have wanted to take some off at 90, but and the next one up would be up here, just under 4,800. Of course, I want my second renter back up here again, since I didn't get it the first time, but I had to step away from the computer, so I did not grab that. This is one of those plays, though, that since I've already had some big plays on the day, I would have taken this in micros. Just to have something on. That's a wild chart, JD. So that's the thing, is like, where's the what you really need to see is the candles. Can't see the candles. Where's the price right now on that chart, you know? I was looking through because I have all my old layouts saved. I took classes from like Simpler and places like that, and I always set up a chart to match the class so I could follow along. And I still have all those, but then I also have like all the other charts that I was using at a time, and they're a complete disaster. I was going back and forth between my class charts and these extremely messy charts that I was trying to have like all the class stuff plus everything else I knew. It doesn't work. You gotta pick and focus. A lot of indicators kind of show the same thing. Okay, our new high is 4804, and the 4803.25 was the high from yesterday. So we just barely ticked above it, and it looks like we're about to make another shot at it. I still have that 4810 as the next target up here, more so than 4800. We got 4800 yesterday. This is interesting though. On Ninja, I showed y'all what I was watching down here. We got this. Does not match this. The candles are a lot more bullish than the volume right now. But this may not be the break right here.
Order submitted. Order filled.
I wish the dollar was reliable today. It's just not, since we don't have any data for it to move on. You're trying it though. If we start to find value above this right here, that's the 99.25. That's the value area high that we're breaking right now. So it's trying to break out. I'm just a little cautious of it because the volume, I want the, I would like the volume to be as optimistic as the price right now. We could end up getting a surge. That's what will happen sometimes. We'll get a big old order in there to push it over. It doesn't mean that the long isn't good for the continuation. It just means it's risky. If we range, I mean, this is the range that high right here. So what I look for on kind of the lower volume days, yeah, stairs up. What I look for on the lower volume days is for price to kind of move along the path of least resistance, which when we're trending up is up. So since yesterday, we've been finding value higher. And we broke, on Friday we broke 79.20, but we just kind of false broke under it. When you have those false breaks like that and then come down and retest them, which is what we did Monday morning when we launched off of that, it makes a lot of sense that we got that launch. I'll pull this over on the hour and show y'all what I'm talking about. So right here, we had this false break, and we had this level here last week at 79.20-ish. I think I actually had it at like 18. So we broke down below that level on Friday morning, but then immediately reclaimed it, and then we got these two retests. Of course, this one was at the end of the session, so nobody's really trading that one. But then we got another retest yesterday morning off of that level and launched off of it. So that's why you'll have to watch. Like you have to look at the context on the hourly and above, because that's where you see things like this, where this is where the trend shifted. Once we broke this level and then said, nah, we got to get back over it immediately, and then launched off of it both Monday, or both Friday close and Monday at the cash open. So that's why the path of least resistance right now is up. And this morning we were looking for this fade. Usually these fades will go a little bit deeper. So I was looking like right here for this fade. We didn't get it. We tried it. It didn't work. But then I switched to the long here somewhere. We're moving back down to the point of control right now at, point of control's at 97.25. I was on ES or MES. That's the same. Yeah, 97.25 on ES. I know we have a lot of new people on here, so I'm just going to kind of quick run down what we have going on. Of course, you know, do the like button and all that stuff. But in the description below, I have a lot of links to these things, like our Discord and my Substack, and of course my affiliate links. But lately, I'm new to streaming. I've been on basically Tuesdays and Thursdays lately, which moving forward, I'm pretty able to do Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm looking at adding some days. They might just start a little bit later. And especially like next week when we have Monday closed and things, I might try to do something like that. I just got terrible news though. So I'm in Central Texas. It's supposed to be 17 degrees. That's not Texas temperature, so I'm a little disappointed about that. There's like a snow warning, and snow's not my jam. Max, I don't know of any indicators that deal with trend versus range, but if you learn to analyze volume profile, that will really help you with trend versus range. And I need to get a chart that's easier to show. The TradingView charts on the lower time frames they just like won't show the information. I try and try and try. So on my Ninja chart, the volume profile is this horizontal volume where it's showing you the actual price levels where all this stuff has been traded. I had a mouse on this chart earlier, and now it doesn't work. Okay. But so you just have to imagine me pointing at these little horizontal things that stick out, these little horizontal mountains. When you learn to read this, so these are the value area highs that stick out the most, and then the value area lows are these little valleys. And markets like to be pretty efficient, and this isn't super efficient when it leaves these valleys here. But you can learn to read these valleys, and then you can learn to compare the valleys from previous days to kind of get a really good hint if we're going to range or trend. But what happens a lot of times is you're watching levels to see if we're going to range or trend. And that's why I think an indicator has a harder time with it. Is there's science to trading, but there's also art. And that's what I talk about, where I like I have a systematic approach to how I come up with my levels and set up my entries and manage my trades. But like, that's the science. And then the art is where this discretionary trading comes in, where you're actually taking a look at everything that's going on. And for things like that, that's when I'm looking. Like, I don't need an indicator for this. I have my line chart that helps to see this all at once, so I don't have to pull this chart up as much. But just watching what all of these indexes are doing on the top here, and then watching just what the reverse correlation indexes could do, like the dollar, the bonds, and the VIX. And that's how you kind of figure out if you're going to range or break a level. And sometimes we're wrong, right? So yeah, 17 in Texas is extreme and not okay. Not okay. So, because we've lived through, like, y'all have heard the news about when Texas loses power. It's really bad. We've lived through that twice. The second time, I was on my own with my husband out of town on a business trip, and no power for 6 days. And most of the world got power before we did, and we're not, like, they're back to reality and not understanding that we weren't. So we're kind of in the country, and we are literally the last. We have a couple power meters, but one of them is literally the last one on the line. The first go round, we lost power for 5 days, and it got down to 4 degrees. And we don't have coats. I wore my ski pants that whole time. It's over all my other clothes. Like, it's not good. The second time, at least it warmed up through it a little bit, but it's rough when you've got kids and animals and trying to keep a well going and all this stuff. Of course, we lost our well when it was freezing and we lost power, but that's fun, hauling water in the ice. I got pissed off too, because we got all these like suburban neighborhoods around us, and they're all like, oh, we need power, I can't make my lattes. And I'm like, I've got animals. I'm hauling water to horses. Y'all know how much water horses drink, and I have to keep breaking up ice and hauling water uphill to horses right now. So I don't care about your lattes. So yesterday we just glued to 4,800 and just trying to do that again. I think there's probably just a ton of passive orders up here. Passive being like limit orders and things that have been sitting there, and things that there's sell programs that are getting triggered to exit up here. Well, JD, I bet in Canada you know how to deal with it. Here, so I'm outside of Austin. The city of Austin owns zero snow trucks, zero snow plows. We don't have any snow plows at all. There's not a snow plow to be found anywhere in the city of Austin. And then, of course, we're not in Austin. We're like in a suburb. The suburbs don't have them either. Like Austin's the big city around here. They don't have a snow plow. So, I mean, we don't have the infrastructure. We don't have that stuff. And then I bought heaters for the stock tanks and like the chicken water, and I even bought some like heating pads to put on some roosts if the chickens got really cold, because I had some younger grow outs going on that ended up in the house. And losing power, we lost all of that. We had propane, but we have electric heat, so we have a propane fireplace, and that was running the whole time. And then I had a fire pit going, and I was cooking rocks and things to I started bringing heated rocks up to the chicken coop, but because I had so many under 6 months, they ended up in my laundry room. Oh, Serge, I'll help you with that. Like, I'm not paying attention to the people coming into the server right now because I'm on here, but our bot has been I have an alert. Yeah, I can see who did not get rolls. Our bot about 90% of the time now is doing what it's supposed to do. I think you should be good now. So Hunter and I are sitting here like checking and make sure the bot's doing its job. I need to upgrade the bot. That bot's about to be fired. Like we need a bouncer to keep out the crazy riffraff, because we get spam and scammers and all kinds of stuff. But it's been a little strict. But Hunter and I just blame Bobby because he set it up. I think I was fine, like during that first ice storm, like it was all fun. Like the snow's fun around here because we get it like once every 5 years, right? So that was all fun for a minute, but they said they were going to be rolling the power out. And so when the first went out, I was like, that's fine. We're going to be out for an hour or two and then it'll come back on. That's what they told us. They said they were going to be rolling blackouts to conserve energy, and that they were going to roll us off and then roll us back on. It wouldn't be more than like an hour and a half or 2 hours, but it never came back on. So, and I was freaking out because I had my parents here and my kids here. So I was like in the middle, like trying to keep both generations alive. My mom was convinced, she's a hypochondriac, was convinced she had COVID. She had hypothermia. So I put her next to the propane fireplace with the blanket. It was like, you stay here, stop doing things. Just because she wanted to be out helping with the animals and everything. Like, I don't even have a real jacket. Like, that's just how we live down here. We have, like, I mean, I wear sandals every day, even in January. It's a different world down here. So we have school off on Monday already because of MLK. I wonder if it'll get canceled on Tuesday, too. What happens is, because we don't have infrastructure to deal with the ice, and we get ice here a lot because it'll start raining when the cold front's coming through. So we already have a layer of water on the roads when the actual freezing comes overnight. And then like all of the roads are ice skating rinks and nobody can get to work. So they can't run the schools because teachers and janitors and administrators, everybody can't even get there. Like, set aside the students who live right by the school, like the people who run the school can't get there. So we have a lot of winter weather days that are just for ice. All right, 4,800. Are we going to do it this time? Which chart? I'll show you. Ninja, we're still needing the volume delta to pick up. We can get some like a delta surge on here. Then I think we're going to finally get my target, even though I'm already stopped out. I'm still rooting for it. Okay, but Bruce, you live in Denver, so you purposely torture yourself, and I can't feel sorry for you. What I end up doing is like planning a trip to Florida when all this happens. I'm not good at the cold. Not good at it at all. Just sends me into hibernation mode. I've got one kid that can tolerate the cold and one kid that can't. So I do think there's some genetics to it too. Like, Bruce, is that how you end up in Houston? Is your girlfriend's family in Houston? Pomeranian. I don't know what to deal with the Pomeranian. Okay, yeah, we were just in San Antonio. Let's go to Houston next. But that works out. My kid wants to go to my kid loves dinosaurs. She's been obsessed with dinosaurs since she was a little baby. And I took her to I forget what it's called, the museum in Houston, is it natural history or natural sciences or something like that? They have a good paleontology exhibit, so I'm gonna take her there. She's been there when she was little, but she doesn't remember it. She's still, well, not tiny, but she doesn't remember getting to see all the big dinosaur bones, so we're gonna go check that out. Man, still struggling with 4800. But this still looks like basing, so we've kind of got this range here, but if you, like, the range is moving up, so we keep consolidating, we're consolidating and then moving up, and then consolidating, and even though we dip back down, we're still holding all this. Like, when they talk about basing and preparing for the next move up, like, this is what they're looking for right here, is this sort of behavior. And we haven't even officially tested VWAP again. Like, the NASDAQ VWAP isn't even showing up on my chart anymore. It's down at 16,760. Oh wow, y'all had tornadoes. So the wind here was crazy. I felt like our house was going to blow away. We have beehives, and that's like, I left trades going when some of this wind was coming through because I was convinced the tops were blowing off the beehives, but they didn't. But we got them strapped down, so they should be good now. That wind was crazy. I didn't see y'all had tornadoes. Fortunately, in the hills around here, the tornadoes don't really like the hills. So we'll get them nearby, but they don't really like exactly where we are. And to be honest, there's probably not enough trailer parks around here. We used to live like it was on more acreage, but there was a trailer park here and a trailer park there, and I felt like a target. It's like they were always coming, the tornadoes know, they're always coming for one of those. Man, they still just can't get 4,800. I think that's another block order that just hit. See if they hold 90 this time. Okay, so you're shorting this. Okay. I can see the little scalp here. I mean, if I hadn't had a bunch of good trades already this morning, this is kind of what I was talking about, just taking like a few points on these levels here while we're consolidating. I know some people, like, this is their bread and butter. They'll do this all day and just get a few $100 here and there all day long until their account is fat. We're not getting a ton of bearish volume on this, just so you know. If I was looking for a retrace of this whole thing, that would be like where VWAP is, but we did not make it down to VWAP before. Okay, JDC and single prints, 4785. Which session were those on? It's on the M session. Well, I've got mine on full session. I got a level there too, so it's right under VWAP. So that should be a pretty solid level. We've got a single print and VWAP and a level. I need to teach more volume profile. Okay, looks like we're about to retest the 90 level. We are retesting it. We're below point of control now. Point of control moved up. I'm going to show you all we're on this chart. It says 97.25. So we'll see if we're going to do the single prints down here, 85 to VWAP area. Bouncing 90, didn't make it down to that single print. Well, I've got 90/50 because I like to be precise. But if I have it on there
Order
as a pink
submitted.
level, JD, then I see it as also significant. I was trying to see, I don't have it marked as a volume profile level. Means I probably got it from like hourly, daily. I've been I usually keep my levels super, super organized, but it's winter and I try to
Order
hibernate and I
submitted.
haven't gotten them all labeled.
Order submitted.
So the screen I'm showing right now is the NinjaTrader. This is an NT8. And I'm using the order flow data that it's an extra charge from Ninja. It's an
Order
extra monthly
submitted.
charge.
Order submitted.
We're trying to bounce the 90 level. What was I saying? So, okay, here we are. The order flow data that you buy on NinjaTrader, it'll give you this volume profile, and then it'll also give you this over here. These are volumetric candles, and it's pretty close to stock. I've changed a couple things, but it's pretty close. And then this is the order flow footprint, and all of this is off of the NinjaTrader order flow data. I know some other good ones are like Addis and Sierra chart, but the reason that I like Ninja is just because I can run all my accounts through it, and there's a lot of scripts available because I'm trying to learn to program automations in Ninja script, and I didn't have to start from scratch. I could start from some other scripts that other people have already worked on.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
I don't know what an ABC extension is. Is that the TPO? MS? I don't know what the ABC extension is. Oh, like okay, I mean like an ABC pattern. Gotcha. Obviously, it's not a pattern I pay a ton of attention to. I worked really hard to learn all the ABC pattern stuff and then decided to let someone else do it. It's like you kind of find your strengths and training in mind or trading in minus levels.
Order canceled.
We get through VWAP. I think that's when I would start trying to maybe short, but we've not made a significant test of VWAP in quite a while, not since open. Looking at this chart right now. Seems like NASDAQ's trying to bounce. This is the level on the lower left that I'm watching on NASDAQ right now, so we can watch both. It's kind of that 618, 620 level. Definitely battling up here, though. Yeah, all the wave theory stuff just hasn't connected with me. I know some people do really great with it. Well, we're still not in any danger of it trying to move fast right here, huh? This is definitely the biggest stream yet, y'all. Thanks for joining. See, when y'all actually join me and I'm not sitting here all by myself, makes me want to stream more, so. Do the things, keep coming back and liking and letting me know you're here, and I'll see if I can add some more. Do better than Tuesday and Thursday only. All right, are we going to go down to VWAP this time? MS is there for it. Man, this is choppy. Um, it's still on the typing things over and over again, but I'm not from Chicago. I'm in the Chicago time zone. I have 2 clocks up there, so that also helps me because since I'm in Central, I kind of think in both time zones. So I added that clock. So if I'm talking in Central time zone, you know what I'm talking about, and if I'm talking in Market time zone. But I'm in Texas. That's why it's labeled Texas time, and we are Central, so same as Chicago. But most of the time when I'm talking, just because that's the way we've always done it in our trading group, I just speak in New York time, in market time. And with the ninja chart. So when I'm watching the cumulative delta, this is the kind of thing I'm looking. So we're kind of looking to test a swing low on the volume delta. We haven't done that on price yet. So that's showing me that the volume's weaker than we're seeing on price yet. So MS, you still short? We've got, again, the single print that we're watching was at, I think, 85. Thanks, JD, for that. Just right above VWAP and my level are kind of all right there right now. So I got my, this is a level from last night that I sent out, the 84, plus VWAP, plus that single print. So that's what we're watching down there. All right, you went all the way down to 82. Okay, so I'd marked, what did I mark this 82 for? I don't remember why we put 82 on there now. There was a, I think that was a single print or something we were looking for. But when I put, so the pink and purple levels are levels that I sent out to Substack last night. And then just so I'm not confusing for anyone who got those, I have this like kind of between color and I add intraday levels in that color. It helps me too. So I know what was going on last night compared to what's changed. But this is the weakest it's looked in a while. And we're kind of getting a double top there on 4,800. So maybe we don't get 4810 today. Maybe we get to keep that target for another day. It was kind of getting crazy there, November, December. Like here's your bull target. So we got all of them. That was for the week. So let me get you some new ones. On Sunday nights, I send out kind of a more broad look at what I'm looking for the week, and then kind of update it as the week goes on. Got an hour and a half left to trading here. We're starting to get into the good time now. So like lunch hour, this is why I don't put a lot of effort into lunch hour, is this is usually what we get. So now that we're getting into the actual afternoon session, which I really kind of consider after 2:30 or so when we're in the final hour and a half. Really, it can start before that too. Sometimes these moves start during the lunch hour, but when we're looking for change of character, a lot of the time it does come at specific times of the day. Man, this 90 level is tough though. Everything's trying to hold at the 90 level. It's pretty bullish selling some calls up here. I mean, bearish. Call you MS Big Balls. So you bearish on CPI and stuff too? I just try to not be bearish or bullish on data and just literally wait for the reaction. We have some premium sellers in our group too. I used to be a big options premium seller, but again, to just keeping things simple, I find it really hard to try to grab iron condors while watching price in the morning. So I chose watching price. Well, JD and I and a bunch of the guys in the Discord, we're wanting sub 4760 to be buying, but we didn't get there today. We're just so close to filling in some stuff down there. I was doing SPX 0 DTEs, so a little different than what you're doing. You know, back to the juggling knives on fire. I got real good at it, but I'm better at futures now. So I think I can do about, I can do 2 or 3 times in futures in a month what I can do selling premium on SPX. And that's right now. That's the other thing. Is I feel more comfortable scaling up futures trades than scaling up selling premium because of the risk to reward math. So selling premium, the risk to reward is reversed. So it's like a 10 risk to a 1 reward. And I can get that way down with futures by especially using prop firms. But even just using my own self-funded account on Ninja, since they're a discount broker, and I can get an MES for $50 and an ES for 500. Nice, MS. I actually have a hard time trading both. I have an automation that I set up to run my Iron Condor, but I'm new to automations, and honestly, it's just a lot. So it's something I do want to get back into. What I'm looking at doing is running my automation on Quant Tower, so that at least on my computer that I'm actually trying to place day trades on, there's less going on that actual computer. So, but I do have a lot going on. I have usually 10 sim accounts going testing automations at any given time, and I'm rotating through different settings and things on some automations because I don't see. So some days you're better at taking discretionary trades than others, right? That's how all traders are. But it's just like you want to diversify your risk in anything, right? So I'm diversifying my trading risk by putting futures trades on, and then also hoping to put some Iron Condors on, but then also running futures automations and things, hopefully expanding out to some markets that I may not be able to watch all at once. So that's kind of my goal, is just to keep growing everything. Like, first you have to learn how all this works. I spent a few years doing that. Decided that I like futures better than options for day trading, but I'm still using options pretty heavily for swing trading. I like leverage, obviously, so. And I manage my IRA myself now too, so I try to keep that pretty diversified in strategies, so not just buy and hold, but I trade futures in there and options and all kinds of stuff. Well, great, Oscar, welcome. It's a different way of thinking, but once you get used to it, I think that it's just a lot cleaner because you don't have to talk about theta anymore. Now, this is kind of anecdotal. It's just something I've noticed because I started out trading with a pretty young group, and now the group we still have young traders in there, but it's much more diverse. Like, I'm not the oldest one in the group anymore, so. And just anecdotally, I've noticed that the younger traders tend to gravitate towards options and older traders tend to like futures more. So I don't know what that's about. I think that it must be like the gains thing, because you can get, 1,000% on on a good options trade. And that feels really good, seeing that 1,000%. And a futures trade will never say that, since you're on margin and it's calculated on the notional value and all that. I'm really interested in, like, because I don't have a lot of exposure to how all the big groups are running things. I've been trying to kind of network and meet some people that have traded for firms and floor trading groups and things, but because that's a very different experience that I've had learning from home, like basically since COVID hit, and making a whole thing out of this. The problem, okay, so my frustration with options is just like in futures, you just hit buy or sell. I have to pick which bracket I'm going to use, or, if I'm going to use a bracket and that sort of thing. But I can just hit buy or sell, and it has my bracket, and then like I don't even have to use very much brain. I just move the bracket orders to where my levels that I've already defined are. And in options trading, you have to you can get the right date, the right strike, and all that. And it's just like, it's a lot of clicks. And it's hard to do fast. So when you're scalping options, like, you have to be really prepared and organized and have all your strikes like already on your watch list and things to be able to scalp them. And if you want to scalp, like, futures is just so much more simple. That's pretty cool, Francis. So you've been through it all. I always kind of wonder about that. So I mean, my first trades technically would have been in like 1999. My dad was doing some work for somebody, and like part of his payment was this little brokerage account. It was like a $2,000 brokerage account at a no-name broker. And my dad just like immediately lost $300. He was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. So, like, let me try it. Let me try it. And I turned that account into $10,000. So he's like, okay, I'll let you keep some of that. But back in that day, I was paying, $10 each way for commissions and just buying and selling equity. I didn't do that quickly, by the way, y'all. That took me several years, but eventually he did just like, okay, I don't want anything to do with this. You just take over that. So that was my very first. I wasn't old enough to have an account in my name yet anyway. So that was my very first trading account that eventually got switched over to my name. Who's Ken Roberts? Is that an old trader? So I did real estate when the online MLS was like first getting really big. So like the old realtors still had, it's like kind of like the Yellow Pages. It's like an old book that had all the listings in it. Like they were used to using that. I never used that. I started with online MLS, but I was dealing with a lot of agents that it's like, no, we use the books in the fax machine. So don't talk to me about email or anything like that. You know what's cool about the older traders though is like when you go pick up their books and go read about their strategies, like they are still the best strategies. Like those guys that sit there and went through it all the hard way through paper, they have the best lessons. Like I guess because they had to learn the hard way. That's okay. When everyone asks how old I am, Hunter just tells them I'm 28 and a half again. It works. Well, I had a lot of frustrations when they were first bringing MLS to town because like they did not work. And it was like all these simple things like, why do you not just make this work? Like it would be so easy if you just made this work. It's just like these one little things. But I'm trying to work my way through all these old books, and they're a lot because those guys pack, hours and hours of lessons into a couple pages. So I just have to read and reread all these old books, but I just find them really, really interesting. And I've been trying to read, what is it? I got so many books over here. Well, I just bought Trading Chaos. I haven't read that one yet. That's another old book. I'm trying to remember the name of one that I just cannot think of right now. Like The Secret Life of Banking and Real Estate. That's one that I've not been able to finish yet, but I'm really interested in. Mark Douglas, yes, I've read his books, but I know a lot of people like. I actually really liked the video. So if you go on YouTube, there's like I think it's in 4 parts. The 4-part lesson, the 4-part he put on a presentation somewhere, and if you read the book and then go watch those 4 presentations, like that's how you get the Mark Douglas. I had a lot of light bulb moments, and it wasn't just reading the book. It's like I had to read the book, and then I got the introduction to what Mark Douglas even is, and then watching that program, I had so many light bulbs go off. Like that's why I'm stressed out trading. That's why I'm stressed out trading. And then I have my kids are club level athletes, and so they're honestly they deal with a lot of the same stuff that I deal with in trading, like a lot of the fear and anxiety of like having to overcome like kind of these mental blocks and things. Like it's been really interesting. So back on the like life improvement that you get through your trading journey and learning to trade, that's really spilled over to be able to like help parent them and help them through like all these trials that they're going through is dealing with really hard stuff that's like kind of not age appropriate, honestly, in club sports, like how competitive it gets. And that's really helped them a lot. Randy Ho, is it Howie? I'm so bad at pronouncing names. I'm gonna write that one down too. That's in Discord if y'all are on YouTube. I haven't heard of him. But basically, like, basically, you don't learn shit in school as far as like how the economy works and everything. And that's something I've always wanted to understand. Like, that feels very gate kept, and it shouldn't be. That should be a basic education. And no one's taught how to balance a checking account anymore. And I get that, yeah, you're not using checkbooks, and nobody needs to learn how to like use all the little columns on their checkbooks. But that's still a skill that needs to be there. And also, like, why are interest rates where they are and that sort of thing, which I really just didn't even know. Even being in real estate, like, I had a little bit of an idea because I work with mortgage brokers who will send all these updates out on what's going on. And so that's why I was getting my first FOMC updates, but I never understood it like this. Like, this is really cool. Yeah, I had no idea that that trading was going to be a whole path of self-growth and psychology and everything. I wish I had learned some of this in college. I just wanted to get through college. I started a business and bought my first properties while in college because I was literally kind of bored, but that was important to the family that I do that, so I did it, and I don't use my degree. You do learn a lot about life in college, though. At least I did. And that's the way my parents looked at it too, because they were the first ones in their generation to get to school. So of course it was a big struggle for them. And my mom doesn't use her degree. My dad does. She doesn't. She's an entrepreneur too. So she's done plenty with her college knowledge, but not her degree. And we're still ranging between VWAP and 4800. At least we're getting some good chats on today. I was trying to get Bobby to join us for Trey in the Open tomorrow. I don't know if I convinced him. He's got a lot going on at work. Maybe I'll pull one of these other guys out to join me. We can get a couple people on tomorrow. Yeah, Hunter, the bot is being weird again, if you want to help out with that. I've been hoping we get some volume surge coming into the last hour here. I was kind of hoping we would get it by now, to be honest, but we've had some fun in Power Hour lately, and I keep having to drive around and do stuff, and today I don't have to, so. Are you hearing my dogs with this? I have my daughter's puppy in here. She's barking in her sleep. Big dogs are out working. I don't know where they went. Okay, the market, yeah. I try to cancel noises out because of course I'm at home and there's all kinds of nonsense going on, but it doesn't cancel the dogs so well. But this is not exciting. If you're a range trader, maybe you can keep trying to get a couple points off of these little ticks, but I like to get a little bit of meat on the bone. GH, I think you're kind of asking, like, if you spent 4 years in college compared to 4 years learning to trade. I think you just learn different things, to be honest, in having a college experience compared to a trading experience. Like, you learn very different things. So of course, I think learning to trade is great because of all the self-growth and things that you get, but I think it's just a different experience. And I don't think it's just like how much time you spend. I think it's like how much you obsess and how many light bulbs you come up with. Like, Are you learning for an hour a day after work, or are you spending 6 hours at it a day learning, that sort of thing? Like there's a lot that goes into it. I think it's hard to just quantify. You have to spend this many months learning, and then you're going to be able to make an income. So I'll answer this for GH, and like kind of anyone else that has joined late too. I'll just kind of explain kind of what I look for. I come up with these levels and I send these out. I have a Substack that I send these out. That's literally the only thing I'm charging for right now because I spent a lot of time on it. And if I'm going to spend a lot of time on it, I want something back for it. But I come up with these levels from a lot of different things. And I really am looking for confluence when I'm coming with the levels. But it's support and resistance, highs and lows, open closes, gaps, volume profile, market profile, kind of all the things that I've learned to use that I like. It's not everything I've learned. It's everything that I've learned that I connect with, that I've kind of developed a systematic approach to coming up and adjusting these levels every night. So I have the levels, and the pink ones are what I consider the stronger or hotter ones, and then the purple are more minor. So I'll usually try to buy at pink support and sell at a pink resistance, and then target these purple levels, or like the white is VWAP and cash session VWAP. But it's very discretionary. So I'm always looking at kind of everything that's going on in context. So one of the things I use is the order flow suite on NinjaTrader, which is not great for new traders, but just since you asked. So like right now, we have a lot of bearish delta on this move down that we don't have in price. So this is showing me that we actually could break and retest down and fulfill MS's prediction here of 82, and I think even below, possibly. I don't know, you keep saying 82, right? So that's one of the things I use for confluence, but kind of some more simple things that are probably good for a newer trader. I'm always looking at all the indexes. So this chart on the top left, it's a comparison chart. It's a line chart. It's the same. It's just not an indicator. It's just a line chart for ES. And then I'm comparing the other indexes. And it's a way to show everything that's on this chart in one little corner. So a confluence I look at, this is the ES, NASDAQ, Dow, and Russell. And one of the confluences is like, are these all moving together? Is one moving away, and is one stronger? Are we going to play catch up? Is there a lagging sister? Like they call them the sisters. Is there a lagging sister? And then I also look for confluence with the dollar, the 10-year bond yield, and the VIX. And those will have an inverse correlation. So if the dollar is ticking up really strong, usually ES is going to move down. But the days I'm going to pay the most attention to that are days where we have a big data release, which we don't have today. And then since I trade ES and tech, or ES and NASDAQ, which is tech heavy, I watch all the tech also. This is the top 8 weighted in the NASDAQ. Yeah, the part of the problem in college, you have to know when you're going to college that it's woke city. People who get stuck in academia get stuck very much in like the theory of life instead of the living of life. You do have to, like, you just kind of have to know that about college and academia. Man, that 90's holding us again, though. More predictable. So it depends on what's going on. Oil has had some really nice moves, and I think it depends on what you see. So on ES, I'm really a level-to-level trader. And I'm just literally watching for level-to-level moves and buying and selling at these little areas of interest, especially at times of interest, which would be when we have a data release or something like that. On oil, and I usually get about one good trade on oil a week. But we were talking about this earlier, well, I don't want to show this on a 3-minute. That's hard. So this is a 15-minute. I think it's a good one to kind of look at oil. What I look for is kind of these liquidity zones. So yesterday we had this point where we really kind of found support right above 70. So then when we came back and kind of retested that again, this was at 70.47 and bounced off of it. This VWAP would have been a place, like after we get over this VWAP and hopefully kind of retesting this VWAP would have been where I was looking to take this. I didn't take this because this started at Well, the best time to trade oil a lot of time is 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Eastern. So that's when this move happened. But when this happens during the day, that's what I'm looking for. I'm rarely up in the middle of the night. It kind of did that same thing here on support, but you're looking to get into one of these little consolidation zones and be right on the direction. I've just started watching gold. I'm not a big gold trader, but I'm definitely interested in kind of adding it to the lineup. I added oil not too long ago. I guess over the summer I started watching oil. The idea behind it is not because I need more things to trade necessarily, but if I like trading indexes, but sometimes the indexes are really boring. Like right now, we've been really boring. So then I want something else to look at, and a lot of times oil will offer something. Not today, but tomorrow they have crude oil inventories at 10:30. And a lot of times we get kind of a pre-move and then a post-move when they do the inventories. And basically on the inventories, you're watching if it's a supply and demand thing. So if inventories tick up, then the price will tick down. $90 is the level today, though. Sometimes we like get married to a level. Today it is $47.90. I think this looks like basing, but MS thinks we're gonna dip down first before we head back up. We'll see. I'm not swing trading this week, though. I've been real focused on day trading. I'm trying to build these Apex and Top Step accounts. I'm just doing one at a time. I know some people do it really aggressively. I'm just not an aggressive trader, so once I finish one, I add another. Collectible gold sounds cool. It's something I kind of wish I'd gotten into. I can see like these days I'm real consistent like at night sleeper, but I can see like especially when my kids were younger and like my sleeping wasn't able to be as consistent, I think I would have loved that in the middle of the night session. GH, I have looked at Bookmap. I even sat there. I haven't bought it, but I was sitting there just watching it and trying to make sense of it, and I definitely see it as a tool. I honestly just like I guess I don't fully know how to use it. Um, I don't like how it's kind of like a separate thing. I guess I wish I could just add it to the charts I already have. Like I don't want another thing right now. I do like how it has a very visual display of where all the orders are because I have a hard time with level 2 just because I'm a more visual person and that list doesn't really do it for me. So I like Bookmap in that aspect. But I've ended up just kind of watching orders on the DOM. I've got I have my level 2 on there. I think Bookmap is kind of working on integrating with some other platforms now, aren't they? I think that's how all these companies want to make money in finance and off of traders and things. And I think that these integrations are how they're going to make it. That's why people like Ninja Trader. I mean, it's clunky, it crashes, it has problems, but you can connect to most any account and run custom scripts and do all kinds of stuff. So I my main computer is a Mac Studio and I'm trading on Ninja Trader, so you know I've got a complicated setup in order to do it. Well, Mr. Mac, we're still ranging. Are you on here? Yeah, I see you. We're still just in the same range. We got to break out of 4,800 or like 4,785. Well, if you bought Lifetime in 98, you got your money's worth out of it. I think Ninja's too much for like a lot of new traders, but once you have a handle on how trading futures works and want to be able to do more advanced bracket orders and automations, it's really nice. BD, I actually have a separate PC in a different room that I remote desktop into, because that way I can run it and I can remote desktop in from my laptop when I'm traveling and things, and I can just always keep it set up. Um, Bookmap is really analyzing the orders. As far as I understand, I don't use it, so I'm not a bookmap expert. But it's identifying like order blocks, and like they have the iceberg orders and stuff. So like it's really kind of it helps you see when the big players are like, because I was talking about this earlier, how they'll place an order and pull it, and place an order and pull it, and then they'll split it up. Well, they'll have part of it at this level and part of it at this level, and the bookmap really helps you kind of find those orders and things, so you can see where the big players are playing. And the volume order flow is like literally looking at how much volume was traded at each price level. So one's looking for the active orders, and there's going to be passive orders, that limit orders and things, and then the more aggressive orders, the market orders. And it's helping you kind of differentiate and figure out where there's aggressive buyers and sellers compared to passive buyers and sellers. And I guess you can kind of find some of that information using volume profile too, but it's a different tool. We were talking about that earlier, like people kind of gravitate to different indicators, but if you have an indicator on your chart, it should be because you want to see something. Like maybe you need help seeing when there's momentum in the market, or like the squeeze shows you when there's compression in the market and that sort of thing. If you're putting it on your chart, it should have a reason, a function, something that you want to watch. But there's a lot here at the 4,800 level, and that's definitely showing right now. I'm gonna turn off some of my automations here, so I'm gonna be focused on this for a sec. Okay, I think we're good. I've got a lot of tests running. My goal here is to get some of these algos I'm working with trading markets that I am not trading. Like oil and gold. If I'm not trading those days, I want to run some automations. If I want to focus on indexes, that sort of thing. I'm getting all those little scalps. I got my accounts where I wanted them to get today, so I'm looking for something with some meat on the bone. Well, the first account I traded is not. I guess I'm still ignoring that one. But you know what? I would have gone after 4 points there. I'll eat 4 points for a snack. We got some pretty bearish delta on this move, though. That short could finally be coming. Y'all got some deep targets. I wanted sub 4760 earlier. I just don't know if we're going to get that today. We've only got 50 minutes left. Here we go. It's breaking through now. So what I was watching on here is the cumulative delta breaking lows. Where is my mouse? There we go. Breaking the lows here. And this price hasn't broken the lows yet. It's coming up on VWAP, so that could be another little definite spot to take profits before. But GH, what I do is I come up with these levels every night. Yeah, we're getting our VWAP. And below that, we've got 84, 85, and MS wants 82. I come up with these levels at night, and I use a lot of time frames. So if I have everything prepared, it kind of doesn't matter what time frame chart I'm trading off of, but I'll trade off of like a 2, 3, or 5 usually. But the levels that I have are a lot of them are from higher time frame charts. They're from volume profile, high, low, open, close. I look for a lot of confluences and things. So it's like science plus art a little bit. Great job, MS. Hopefully we'll see you later. So that's kind of how I do have other time frames open. The chart that I'm streaming here, I'm gonna put this on my trading view chart. So this is kind of the main trading view chart that I trade off of, and I really do keep it this simple. So a lot of times I don't even have the squeeze on there. And it doesn't really matter if I have this on 2, 3, or 5. The levels are from all over the place, and these are the areas that I've already decided I'm watching today. And then I have VWAP, and I have 2 VWAPs here, and they're right next to each other since we've been consolidating. But the solid white is the regular VWAP that everyone's familiar with, and then the dotted one is the cash session VWAP. So it's kind of like the SPY or SPX VWAP equivalent on the ES chart, because this started at 9:30 when the cash session opened. So I think as a trader, that is like a new trader, that is like the hardest thing, is to figure out what to pay attention to and what's noise. So that's what we've been talking about, is like not loading your charts up with too much. And indicators should help you visualize something you have a hard time seeing. If you can see it in price action without an indicator on it, then leave it off your chart. But I do my preparation on even the daily and the monthly and the weekly, all the way up to those, probably starting at the 15-minute. And then my actual trading on lower time frame. So these levels, these are what I call my Barbie levels. These are the levels that I publish in my Substack at night. But if you are a new trader and kind of learning, I mean, levels are not as hard as I think people feel like they are when they're first learning. It's just like, I guess some people are better at it than others, but you can still find good levels as a new trader. But what I did, that's not the right one. This indicator, and this is an indicator I wrote, and I haven't published it yet, but I'm gonna try to get it out to like YouTube members soon. But this is plotting some automatic levels, and it's doing some Fibonacci based math. So this is, if you don't have a way to get levels yourself, you can use something like this, or just like a basic pivot chart to start with, because what you've got to learn is like to read when you get down to a level, read the context of the market, which is what the other indexes are doing if you're trading indexes, and like what the dollar and the VIX is doing, because those will run the opposite direction of the indexes. So when you can identify a level and then figure out the context of what's going on when you get at that level, you can make a good educated guess on if you're going to enter a reversal or a continuation. When I first started trading, I was just loading up all the indicators that made sense on my chart, and it ended up looking like a bunch of craziness. I took them all off. I literally took every indicator off my chart and added them back one by one as I missed it. I was like, where is that thing that tells me this? And then I would load that back. Glad to hear, Monkey. That's what I've said on the stream. If y'all have had really good questions, so I've been able to answer some really good questions. So even though, like, what did I take, 2 trades? It's still been a really educational session. Hey, Mike. So we mentioned this earlier, but I started day trading seriously when COVID happened. I was in real estate and bored and wanted something else, and it was a good time to learn something new. Technically, placed my first trade when I was still in high school. That would be, it was just buy and hold stuff. So I learned to day trade after COVID, like 2021, I guess, is when I really started taking it seriously. As I want to replace my real estate income with this. I'm surprised at how many people go back and watch my lives. I didn't think that there would be people going back and watching old lives, but I guess y'all find value in it, which is cool. Especially today when I've answered like 100 questions. JD, you can't dwell on this stuff. You gotta work on your psychology today, because this is the way I look at it. I missed that drive yesterday because I was bored and antsy. That sucks. That was a stupid ass mistake to just like, I just had runners. I literally could have just let the runners go and walked away, but I didn't. I just closed the whole thing. And then I was annoyed at myself. But like, I was only annoyed at myself for a second because I know there's going to be another opportunity. And here it was today. My runner got to run. Of course, it might have gone farther yesterday, but I don't care. Like, there's always another opportunity. There's no shortage of opportunities in the market. And you're finding good spots. If you found a good spot today, you can find a good spot tomorrow. mess with standard deviation a lot. I've taken some classes with some strategies that used it, and I just didn't really connect with it. I do like all the like kind of math and analytics and things, but I just didn't connect with that. Like I have messed with like ATRs and stuff. I like ATRs, but I like to keep it as simple as I can. And I guess that's like too much for me to process that stuff. Absolutely. This is the biggest stream yet, so y'all are encouraging me to do more. Well, yesterday we had to switch. We had to switch today too. I took a short off the open today, had switched to long. I wish I would have bought 70, but we were hoping for a bearish continuation, didn't get it, so we had to switch. I liked that bearish continuation because even though we had a an overnight fade of the pump yesterday, I didn't think it was complete. There were some more levels that I thought were going to be cleaned up below 70 that we didn't clean up. But we could still this week. I mean, CPI and PPI are coming. Somebody's going to be looking for some liquidity ahead of CPI on Thursday. At 90 level, I mean, I put a magnet on there. I'm sorry. I put a magnet on the 90 level. It sure is. My next magnet level until 17. I wanted this one. The down here, the 58. Can y'all see that? There it is. My mouse is being slow. That's the one I wanted this morning. Market said nope. And switching has been a hard skill for me to learn. I don't know why. It's like, it's easier. Well, it's obviously easier to switch when you don't have runners or anything going, but I think before trading, you don't ever want to be wrong. And then when you learn to trade, you learn to be wrong. You learn how to admit you're wrong. Like, oh, yep, that idea was not right. I got to switch. I like money, so I have to switch. You get rewarded for admitting defeat, right? Because even, and Mr. Mac, we just probably need to work on money management a little bit too. I think that's a step that's skipped too often when you're learning to trade is money management, because you can have the right spots all day long, but then you can fumble your entries and exits and end up negative. I've done that. Denial. Yeah. That's it. Like me and the other admins in the Discord were talking about a while ago. Is like that's been one of our biggest life lessons. Is like sometimes you're wrong, and if you can figure that out and admit that, you're gonna be good. I'm not a big MACD user. I do watch it on more higher time frame charts, and I use trend lines on my nightly analysis when I'm coming up with levels. But I mostly just use more macro trend lines, like on the daily and at least the hourly, but usually more 4 hour or 6 hour. I like the macro trend lines to come up with levels and zones. I feel you, JD. Great. That's your live. Great analysis, shit execution. That was the first like 3 months of futures trading for me too. Is just figuring out. Well, I mean, coming from options trading, I guess I felt like I had to always like take these starters and things, but in futures, you really can put your limit order there and wait for the market to come to you. I like the squeeze, which is kind of like their momentum is MACD based. I'll show you. I took this off. I was talking to somebody about the squeeze stuff earlier. The one that I like, I have the squeeze on my hourly chart that I always have open, but on the lower time frames, especially on the 15, I really like this one, and it is full on pointing up right now on the 15. But this is letting you know when the squeeze momentum is rolling over, when they're all turning green, and then they get above the zero line, they turn dark green. That's kind of one of my, I guess that's the closest thing to MACD that I use in scalping. I'm pretty close to turning it on to when y'all are like members on YouTube, then you can get access to all this stuff. It's just, I have to take the time to figure out how to set all this stuff up. There's only one of me. I got a lot of cool things I'm working on though, so hang around. Show you all this power hour play now that we're getting closer to 2:30. Okay, so here's the Bollinger Bands. We've got Algos come in 25 minutes. I'm gonna look to see what side of the Bollinger Bands we're on, getting closer into that. What happens in power hour, what we've noticed, is the Bollinger Bands play really, really nicely in the last like half hour or so. On low time frames specifically. There it goes. It's rejecting with the Bollingers already. So I guess that Apex is doing their one day to pass thing. So if there are any degens, you want to support the channel, I have a code down there. If they didn't give me a fancy code, ask them to give me a good code. Ask them to give me Bull Barbie as a code so I can say use code Bull Barbie. You gotta peer pressure Apex because they don't give a shit. Their customer service doesn't. These Bollingers are tight right now though, man. I like them when they're wider for this power hour play. I don't like it being this tight. I want some meat on the bone. I could tell we were in a squeeze because of these Bollingers being so tight. Be nice to buy this one down here at VWAP. Oscar, what I was looking for, I would love to get an entry down here. I put the Bollinger Bands on here. That's the blue. And we're kind of in a squeeze right now. I would love it if we could get below 90 and buy down here closer to this Bollinger and VWAP to try to bounce that. I don't know if we're going to get it. I'm not wanting to risk very much because I'm already in profits. So I'm looking at possibly putting a micros trade on down here. Otherwise, if we have the Bollinger start to expand before 345, if the Bollingers start to expand and price ends up on one side, I'm gonna reverse the Bollingers. But I may take nothing since I'm already in profits on the day. But that's what I'm looking at. Do you see bull flag? Like the hourly is kind of looking like a bull flag in the 15-minute too. I see that. What I was talking about earlier is basing, and so that's kind of the same thing. It's like when we're forming the bull flag. And what I was watching is like we've really been in this range all day from like 85 to 4,800. And if there's like no willingness to trade below this, we are basing and creating a launch pad, potentially. Now, these breakouts can fail, of course, but there is a bias. There's an upside bias on these, for sure. We could pin. I mean, we really pinned 4,800 yesterday. I don't have options handy now that you're mentioning pin trade. So my favorite pin trade I learned from Simpler Trading is the butterfly pin. I'll do one of those one of these days. I need to get so I can set my I don't have where I can show you my options on the stream yet. I honestly hadn't really thought about it. I'll have to set that up. And then maybe we can do some power hour butterflies and things when I'm on here. Usually there aren't this many people on in the afternoon and I end up like leaving, but since y'all are hanging out, so am I. Back to 90. And 90 is a magnet today. I put that magnet on there yesterday. It likes it. All right, are we going to get entry down here? I mean, I want to get as close to VWAP as possible. VWAP's at 86. We haven't actually touched VWAP though. The squeeze is looking like a down-firing squeeze though. Well, the 5-minute isn't. The 5-minute's looking like an up. And it's just bouncing the 90. Here's the tough thing about this level and why I think we're just consolidating so hard. This is really, this level, the reason I put a magnet on it, if some of y'all know I have my magnet levels, and price does get stuck to them and pinned to them when we end up trading towards them. Sometimes we break right through them and just keep going and ignore them, but when we do consolidate by them, we consolidate pretty hard by them. So I'm trying to remember exactly, see if I labeled it. Where's my... Okay, TradingView has got to fix the bug where the lower time frames don't show some of the indicators because it's driving me crazy. Yeah, I didn't label it. My New Year's resolution needs to be to get my labels measured again. But I have a whole video on the TTM squeeze if you want like the complete description. I seriously, I have like why it was written, what it does, and how to trade it. If you go look on my videos, it's probably like 8 or 10 videos back, the TTM squeeze. It's this indicator down here, and what it shows, so I have the Bollinger Bands up here in blue, and the Keltner channels are a similar indicator that it's all kind of measuring, you know, the volatility in the range. So when the Bollinger Bands go inside the Keltner channels, then we're going to get these dots down here, and what's that showing is that the market is in a compressed state, and after compression, then we're going to go into expansion. So I definitely go watch the video. It's like all the little details, but that's basically what we're watching at. This histogram here will kind of show which direction the momentum is going. And there's a lot of kind of custom indicators that have been built off of this because this indicator is kind of older. This company doesn't even exist. It's called TTM Squeeze for Trade the Markets, and that company is now Simpler Trading now that he has partners. And let's see. Sorry, I thought I turned these automations off and they're still going. But basically, the market kind of has two modes, right? Compression and expansion. So it helps you kind of see where that is. So if we're in compression, the next mode's going to be expansion. There's a free version and a pro version. We were talking about this earlier, like a couple of us are like, why do we buy the pro version? But on TradingView, there's one called, or the developer is Beardy Fred, I think. If you look for the squeeze and Beardy Fred, this is the pro put out by Simpler Trading. Beardy Fred has the best dupe. I've compared it dot for dot, and very, very rarely there might be one dot that's different, but it's really good. I use the paid one because I paid a lot of money for this. You pay money for the indicator, but then you also get a class, so that's kind of where I see I got my value that way from the class. But Lazy Bear, I've used some of the Lazy Bear indicators before. But I've got some more suggestions there in chat. It's just the I know the Beardy Fred one is one that when I compared it to the Pro was like dead on. But I mean, one of the things about Simpler is like they have some proprietary stuff, but they're pretty good about like explaining what's going on and the why and the how and all that. And since the TTM Squeeze is one of the originals, I mean, they even have the code out. So it's a free indicator. There's a free indicator on Thinkorswim, and like a lot of platforms, Tasty, all those, they have a free version. Tradeovate, I think, or is it Tradeovate or TradeStation has the free version also. And you can actually see the code and see the math and see how it works. So there's a lot of people that have kind of made variations off of it. You're talking about the TTM Squeeze. It works really well on higher time frames. It's not as great on the daily. I like it more in hourlies. So 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour. They show really reliable squeezes. And if you go watch the video on trading the TTM Squeeze, I show you kind of my core strategy that I use with it, and I'll pair it. If I have a level here, and then I have the 21 EMA, which is my strategy, my main strategy for day trading the squeeze. If I have a level and the EMA and the squeeze present, like that's kind of the confluence that I'm looking for to take that trade. On the daily, I'm kind of more interested in if we're in compression or not, but you'll see if you load it on a daily chart, it just doesn't. We're not in daily squeezes very often, and when we are, we're not for very long. 15 minutes a good time frame for intraday squeeze trading. I have used it all the way down to the 1, but basically the lower the time frame, the less reliable. That's any indicator. So the levels too. If I find a level on a daily or a weekly, I'm going to trust it more than a 15-minute level. Glued to 90. Who called the pin? Looking more and more likely. So this is the one that I wrote that's using squeeze math, and I'm looking at multiple time frames. And I'm watching that these are trying to all start going bullish at a level I've been watching, which is the Bollinger's, DWAP, and of course kind of 90 here. It's a 5-point range, so it's not real clean for entry, but I wish this power hour play was working out better, but like if it was this area here where it was widening, this is what I was hoping we were going to get, where price widens into this 340, 345 time. Then we can like take a long off of here. This is the sort of thing I was looking for. We're just not getting it today. If you mean playing this Bollinger Band strategy on the daily, I mean, you could try that too. You just have to look at it and see, like, get the little tool that shows you the short and long trades. So, you know, like if we were trying to buy down here, you can just do the little tool. This is what I do when I'm trying to see if something pays reliably or not, is I just put what the trade would be on the chart. So if you want to pull out a daily and put on the Bollinger Bands, I think these are just default Bollinger Bands. You can put the trade that you would have taken on the chart and see how many of them win. Oh, the market is absolutely waiting on CPI, PPI at the end of the week. However, we've had some really nice moves on data dry days like yesterday. So I'm just always prepared lately. Today was like the most boring of all of them. Because we at least had like, well, that's not a big one. We had consumer credit and Bostic yesterday. But tomorrow we have a little bit. So tomorrow I'm going to be watching crude inventories and the 10-year bond auction. This is that buy zone that we could potentially try to buy coming into the 350 algo. Ooh, it just wicked down. That's why you have those limit orders there. I wasn't ready for that. All right, you got a nice drop on NASDAQ, didn't you? Did you get tagged out of that one? Artist formerly known as Star. I have no idea how to say that. All right, it's moving. Friday we have Friday the CPI is pre-market, and then Thursday the CPI is pre-market an hour before market, and then Friday it's an hour before also. Just so y'all know, that's the major news we're looking for this week. All right, finally testing VWAP. We're getting a very muted reaction to this idea of mine. Okay, so what we're gonna watch, we got 5 minutes until the 250 algo. This is a little degen gambling. Dogs are trying to encourage us to not, but it would be taking the bounce off of VWAP here. Really kind of off these swing lows too. 86, 87 with a limit order to see if we get like a wick back up to the other side of the Bollingers around 47.96. What did I just tell you? 96. Okay, I'm ready. They're basically going for bottom blue line to top blue line. And I will be exiting if we get the algo candle, and you'll know if we get the algo candle. I'll be exiting on that algo candle. Some of you were asking about swing trading, this kind of thing. I think I'm playing it on futures because I don't have to deal with pattern day trading when I'm trading futures. That's one of the reasons, one of the nice things about futures is you don't have to be well funded to trade them. Yes, I'm working on the murder bot. Is that what you call it? Murder bot. We have a trader who's like kind of disappeared off the face of the planet who taught us this trick, but yeah, we're playing the murder bot. I'm just playing it in micros. I can't get hurt too bad. It's not gonna, it would put a small dent in my profit on one account. But I took entry down here at 86 something. Where was I? No, I was at 87. My 86 didn't get tagged in, so I moved it. Murder bot. Being in different trading groups and trading with like different style of traders, I've learned some crazy, interesting plays. This is one of them. We also have some plays for data releases like FOMC and things, usually with options. I have one that I've been trying to test on futures, just running in sim accounts, but I haven't really perfected it yet. Oh no, here comes Murderbot. I'm still in. Hasn't murdered me yet. That's why I was trying to buy as low as I possibly could. And I've got my stop below that 84 level. What did we get? 83.75. We took it by one tick. All right, my first one, I put it at 92.25, and then I've got 95.50. This is one of these. This is my gambling play. This is not an income play. Oh, we got 90 here too, though. I should have put this down here at 90. Moving my 92. Oh, it's too slow. That was kind of an error. I should have had my first sell on that pink level or just below it, and I didn't. I'm trying it again at 90. Okay, I got the 90. What did I actually get? 90.50. And then I got my next one at 95.50. But this was my 5 lot on MES, so I've taken 3 off. I have 2 runners. One's at 95.50, and the other one is at 99.25. Whew! Survived Murderbot! I don't always survive Murderbot. Oh, my second one didn't trail. I'm gonna fix that. Something's wrong with this bracket. Only one of my runners is trailing. All right, let's go. So I was looking at 96, so my order's at 95.50 for the take profit 2. Take profit 1's already done. Go, 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 go. Don't stop out my runners. Usually it's a little faster than this. So my runners might be kind of screwed. Let's go. I don't usually trade power hour. This is fun. I'm usually having to work other stuff. Thanks, Oscar. We're still going. These 2 runners are in $45 a profit for both of them. Huge trade. We'll see if they get anything. The stops, I bought at 87. The stops are 87.25 and 87.75. So we'll see. That's like first order of business when my first 3 get taken off is to make sure my stops are moved. Because depending on, it's an automated trade bracket. So it's kind of arbitrary. Sometimes I have to adjust where the actual stop loss and take profit are, you know? And so sometimes they don't trail exactly as expected, so you still have to watch them. But it's way easier to move orders and try to get 3 different take profits and trails and stop losses and things going. Yeah, I haven't played this one in a while. Where are my Champagne Room degens with me right now? I guess I should have summoned the degens. Where's KR? I'm gonna tag him. There, officially harassed. I'm still waiting. Keep going. Keep going, Murderbot. All right, something just trailed. Here we go. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, it is so close. 90.50. Or 95.50. Yeah, got 95.50. All right, this last one, I'm gonna trail. That's at 90. I'm gonna put it at 92. I want it to get 99.25. So target's at 99.25. I'm trailing the stop at 92 on the just my last runner. We just rejected the point of control on that run. That little high we took at the Bollinger Band, it was also the point of control. This is working out pretty well. They're taking this in minis. Now my one remaining runner is in $35 a profit. Since y'all want my, you think I'm not really trading if I don't have profit on my screen. May not get it. That Bollinger may have held this one back. Stop's okay right now, but ooh, it's getting close. I'm leaving it at 92. I got my stop. That was a pretty good one though. I liked it. All right, y'all, do the things like this. I'm running out of words. I've been streaming all day. Like the live and do all the things, subscribe and all that, and maybe you'll see me tomorrow. I'll try. I might be a little bit later than 8:20, but we got just a couple minutes left here, right? Less than a couple minutes. Good stream though. I think we all learned some stuff. Thanks, JD. And I got a power hour trade. I don't think I've done a power hour trade live, have I? I know we did an FOMC live. Did I trade that one? I probably traded that one. But I don't think we've done power hour. So y'all can claim to be here for my first power hour trading stream. I haven't traded this trade on stream before. What I want to do is I started doing this, but it wasn't real organized. I need to do it in a more organized way. I actually have all of my plays written down on note cards because I'm a nerd. So I need to make a video on each play. I don't use my note cards anymore, but when I was learning to trade, I have a little index card that has all of the entry rules and all the exit rules for every single trade. Because I'm a nerd. Yeah, so I hear Apex has the 1-day passes going on right now. I haven't actually gone for one of those because I like my tortoise in the hair. I like to be the tortoise. But I'm glad you made money, monkey. See you soon. I'm trying to get a little surge here at close. Are they gonna? They're gonna try to pin us back at 4,800, huh? Oh no, we're close. All right, they got us just under. But if we'd done an options butterfly, like I usually run those 25 wide, we would have gotten it. All right. Well, great stream, y'all, and I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Just watch the notifications. Since the notifications are slow, I'll send one through the community too. So if you're subscribed, you might get two, but you'll definitely get one. And we'll see y'all soon. Thanks for joining.